Yo, yo, peace, peace, peace. What's happening, peoples? We back at it again. We're just gonna wait for people to join us before we start cracking. It's a Sunday, so don't act like y'all are busy now. Today, we're gonna address the stupidity that people come with. And believe me, people come with all sorts. There we go, there we go. They joining us now. What's happening, bro? How we doing? How do I join? Nah, too early, B, too early. I'll let you know when to join. And I gotta let you lot know this is not your average panel where people just waffle, shall I say. We're discussing specific topics, and people have to answer the questions. Once the questions are answered, then the person has to leave the panel, and then someone else joins on. That's how we're dealing with this place. We're trying to get to the bottom of things. We're not here to just converse for the sake of conversing. Now, I noticed there's a few people here. First of all, do you like hear me well? Is my mic all right in that? Zriyab, there was one specific thing that I had in mind that really, really pissed me off last night. And I think it's time all Muslims, all religious people really, regardless of the religious background that you come from, it's time that people put atheists on their spot, on their place, because they're really going too far. Honestly, they are saying anything and everything they feel like, because there seems to be this idea. I don't know how this idea was created, but in their head there is this idea that they are reasonable and we are unreasonable. We are people of quote unquote faith and belief, and they throw those words around like it's whimsical, like it doesn't mean anything at all, like it's just some emotional attachment based on nothing. And I'm sick of it. Now it got to the stage where last night I had a dude telling me, and this is why I started this show. Last night I had a dude telling me that fact and probability are interchangeable. They both mean the same thing. And he didn't just say it didn't just slip out of his slip out of his mouth once. He said it over and over again, like he was so confident in himself. And the confidence he had in himself was really not based on any. I know, bro. I know. This is why I'm going crazy. It was some supposed Somali kid and some supposed Muslim. That's the part that made it even more absurd. But there were people that were entertaining him. There were people that actually thought, is he making sense somehow? The man said fact and probability are the same thing. He literally said they are the same thing. First of all, young Swolio, brethren, you gotta understand the channel that you are in. This ain't them channels where you could just waffle and say whatever you like. I can get you out of this channel. I can delete your comments. So for your own sake, I bet you better keep it respectful, B. Talking shit is not gonna get you anywhere here. No, Zriyab, it wasn't even to defend the hadith. The argument was basically he wanted me to prove to him that the Quran has come from God. But I was arguing from a perspective of likelihood. No. I won't censor any argument, but I will not tolerate insult. That's just insult. You're not a Muslim. You cannot speak on our behalf. There's nothing to take from that, Ekhem. Like, what do I do with that? You can't respond to that. He doesn't substantiate it. What do I do with that? I won't censor anyone that makes any argument, regardless of how much I dislike the argument. But that's just an insult. What is that but an insult? You're not a Muslim. Like, who is he to tell me who's a Muslim and who's not? If you can prove that I'm not a Muslim, I have absolutely no problem with that. As a matter of fact, I would thank you for showing me the error of my ways. And yeah, along those lines. So if you can prove it, please. That's what this whole channel is about. It's about proving your assertions. It's about making rational arguments. It's about, at least if you don't have a fact, it's about, sticking to what is probable. Probabilistic arguments. I'll let all you lot join soon. Give me a second. First, let's just lay the format. Now, first, please, I really don't want to let this kid get away with this, because the sufficient Quran, peace and blessings, my brother. Good to see you, family. Going back to what I was saying, please listen to the argument that the kid made as well, because we really need to pause this religious arguments between Muslims, Christians, Sunnis, and people that only stick to the Quran, etc., etc. We need to pause this stuff, because there are people who are getting way too arrogant for themselves that have to be checked. They literally have to be checked, because they have the worst argument, and they somehow have been led to believe that they are in the best position. So we need to check these lot. The guy said to me, not only did he say that probability and fact are the same thing, but this was his argument to prove that probability and fact are the same thing. He said that a coin, if you flip a coin, that coin can factually be heads or tails, but it can also probabilistically be heads or tails. That was his argument. Little did he understand that if you're going to use the word probable, then you have to basically say that the possibility is something else. So for instance, if you say that whether it's heads or tails is probable, by you using the term probable with heads or tails, you are entertaining the idea that it's possible for it to be other than heads or tails. You don't have probable without possible being something else. And you can't say it's probable that it would be heads or tails, because it's factual that it would be heads or tails. There is no other possibility. That is what makes it a fact. If there was other possibility, you would call it probable. What is going on here? How do they get away with these things? How? Is it me? Seriously, is it me? How do these people get away with these things? Are you guys there? So my man said basically, the moment you throw a coin, it will land on either side, which is a fact. Thank you. Whichever it lands on, for example, heads, go back to the moment you threw the coin, it was factually going to land on. There's nothing probable about that. Literally nothing. The only way you could use probable is if there is a possibility of something else. That's literally that's what makes something probable. If there isn't a possibility of something else, it's not probable. It's factual. If you literally don't have the possibility of something else, that makes it a fact. There's nothing probable about it. And if something is probable, then there's a possibility of something else. Therefore, it's not a fact. Like, how do they Where do they get the audacity? Like, the only way they would have that audacity is if they somehow view the people of faith, shall we say, as less than them, people that they can disrespect and basically dismiss and say whatever they want to. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, honestly, the audacity drove me so mad. Unbelievable. All right. Now here's the second argument. The second argument, which atheists constantly put forth to people of religion, doesn't matter what religion you are, Muslim, Christian, Hindu, Sikh, Jew, it doesn't matter. The other thing they put forth to you is, can you factually prove of God's existence, and can you factually prove that this message that you got is actually from God? However, look at what they're demanding for, and ask yourself whether what they're demanding for is reasonable or not. Because the criteria that they demanded for is a fact. So now they want you to factually prove that, you know, this message is from God. Cut the long story short, they want you to factually prove that. Now, fact doesn't allow room for any other possibility. So now, how do you factually prove that? How do you factually prove? And remember, with fact, there is no possibility of anything else. So how do you factually prove that a message is indeed from God himself? Now, the only way you would factually, quote unquote, factually prove that is, I don't know, if you were to see God and he was to give you the scripture himself. How else do you factually prove that? Someone tell me how else you factually prove, factually, not most likely, or no probabilities of any kind. We're talking fact, 100% now. And now, how do you factually prove that a message is indeed from God? The only way you could do so, I put forth, is if you met God himself somehow, and he somehow gave you the scripture himself. How else do you factually prove of that? But even that has a problem, because that comes with certain assumptions, which we're going to address in a second. But first, I want people to understand, not to even entertain them when they ask you questions such as factually prove that this message is from God. You shouldn't entertain that. You should ask them why they deem that to be a criteria that is reachable, that you can reach. Because you can't reach that. They're asking for something that is not possible. As a matter of fact, now I'll explain why it's not possible. Because to factually prove that a scripture is indeed from God, that would assume that you can see God. So even if God was to give you the scripture, you would have to assume that whatever you're seeing is God and not an angel, not Satan. You're not deluded. You're not seeing things. So how would you know that you're even seeing God? Not only that, that's assuming that you can see God. Like, why do you assume that God can be seen? And then it goes further. Now you've reduced fact to that which you can see. And we know fact is not reduced to that which we can see. We have a mind. We can't see our mind. We can't see air. We can't, you see what I'm saying to you? They forget we cannot see UV rays. Exactly. There's many things that we cannot see. So seeing won't even be a criteria. So the very same question they ask you is a question that they cannot even justify themselves. Factually prove that this is a message from God. How would you determine that fact? They can't determine that fact. There is there is no way of factually proving that, because A, you're assuming you can see God. If you can't see God, then how do you factually prove it? If you take a see, it gets worse. We can detect and measure UV rays. Yeah, we can also detect ultra. We can also detect that everything in this universe is contingent, and everything in this universe had a beginning. So that is literally the reason why we say because of the fact that we can detect that it's contingent and it had a beginning, therefore it must have a source that is dependent on that does not have a beginning. It just follows. It's a natural progression which you cannot avoid. You can't have all these things that began, all these things that are contingent upon each other, and just shake your head and ignore the fact that in order for that to exist, the source of it all must be that which they depend on, and the source must not also have a beginning, nor be contingent like themselves. It's a mathematical follow-up which you cannot ignore. No, it doesn't lead to an infinite regression, Ultra, because you're assuming that God is created or that God is contingent upon something. But that assumption is based on absolutely nothing other than pure hatred. It's not based on anything. Like, why would God need a beginning? And why would he need to be contingent upon something? You can't provide a single reason why you would entertain that. Not one single reason why you would entertain that can you provide. You know what I'm saying? Really and truly, it's so offensive when atheists believe that they have a rational position. It's genuinely offensive. The reason it's offensive is, again, going back to the games that they play. What they'll do, what they'll do is, you know what, young swallow, I'm gonna let you join on the panel in about less than 10 minutes. I'm gonna let you join in the panel. I'm gonna yeah, I'm gonna let you join in the panel, and we'll see how far you get. All right, do us a favor, don't waffle unnecessary nonsense in the chats until then. And please understand that the channel that you are in is, most of the people are of the same position as me. So relax yourself. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, atheist position is really insulting. It's disrespectful because they carry themselves as though they have a position that is just as plausible as the theistic position, but it's far from, because the theistic you allow the passive aggressive. You keep talking shit on the chat, talking about you're not this, you're not that. You don't know me, son. So stop waffling on the chat. I'll allow you to come on the channel, and you'll see what I've got then. Anyways, as I was saying, where was I? Atheist. Yes, it's very disrespectful, because our position is based on reason. It's based on rational reason. It's based on consistency. For instance, like I just said, you have contingent things that all had a beginning. Therefore, it rationally follows that they have a source that they are dependent on that does not have a beginning, nor is as contingent as they are. That rationally follows. Now, what atheists do is you simply respond with, I don't know. I'm afraid no one's asked you a question of knowledge. So when you say, I don't know, you're taking the piss straight away, because we don't claim that we know. We're talking about what is most likely here. So I don't know doesn't even, it's not even an acceptable answer at all. I don't know why people let you get away with these things. But I suspect it's because the world is, you know, a lot more feminine than it is masculine. It's all about feelings now. But if we stick to reason, I don't know doesn't apply here. No one asked you what you know. We're talking about what is most reasonable, what is most plausible. Now, we're arguing that God existing is most plausible, without a shadow of doubt for us. That is the most plausible explanation for the existence of this universe. You have never, no atheist have ever provided anything more plausible than that. They've provided uh, things that they think are possible, but at no point have they ever argued that it is as probable as our argument, nor have they ever argued that it's as plausible as our argument. So when they say I don't know, it's like say a football match where someone is winning 10-0, and then you're asked who's winning, and then you say I don't know. How is it I don't know? The other person hasn't scored. He hasn't done anything. He hasn't brought anything to the table. You tell me, what has an atheist ever brought to the table that is more likely than the universe coming from God? Where have they ever provided? And they never argue in terms of likelihood, because that's the arena that we are in when we're discussing God and religion and etc. We're talking about likelihood. So we have umpteen reasons that basically gives us the reason to say that God's existence is 99.9% guaranteed. We have reasons galore. There is no one can provide me a single reason for atheism. Not one. It's not. I don't even know why it's called atheism. It's just anti-theism. There's no, because atheism suggests that they're looking at various arguments, and the various arguments are just as likely, but they can never prove why God's existence and whatever other arguments is as likely. They can never do that. As a matter of fact, there is only one argument available for an atheist. There's only one argument whatsoever. He can do whatever song and dance he wants. It comes down to this. It comes down to either this universe was created by a creator, or you fall into the infinite regress. There is no third possibility. There literally is no third possibility. I'll give Ultra a try. Go ahead, Ultra. You give me a third possibility. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to. This is a challenge for every single atheist out there. Okay, but what? That's a separate argument. Now you're talking about whether God is the one that who authored the Quran, etc. I don't have a problem discussing that, but that's a separate subject. You gotta understand, with an atheist, it's not an issue with your specific scripture. Their issue is with God, full stop. So separate the two arguments in it. So the first argument, whether you see how Ultra says I don't know. They don't have an argument. Like, who asked Ultra if a knowledge question? Who's even making a knowledge argument? Have I argued that God's existence is a fact? No. So we're not arguing knowledge, then, are we? We're arguing about what is most likely. And in terms of likelihood, atheists will never bring anything to the table to counteract. I hear you. I agree with you to that. But my issue is this fake bravado that they can come to the table. They can't sit on the same table as us. They can't. Because we're putting something on the table, guys. Please respect yourselves. We are putting umpteen arguments on the table to say this is why God's existence is likely. This is why it is probable. We're putting basically a ridiculous amount of arguments on the table. They are not putting anything on the table to say that it could be anything other than God. They're not putting anything on the table. So if they're not putting anything on the table, how the hell are we in the same position? How are we sitting on the same table? Someone explain that to me. How are we going to sit on the same table if, what's it called? If I'm putting things on the table and they're not? How are they gonna portray themselves as though we're equal? How? Honestly, I want an explanation for that. How are they? Would you sit on a table where, huh? The world is it came from the game. I hear you, man. I hear you. But no, I want to bring down the atheist arrogance a notch. Like, these people are excited about nothing. Ultra, will you please make a single argument for atheism? A single one. Like, give me a single one, no matter how bad it is. How about that? No matter how bad it is, give me a single argument that is, what's it called? That is as likely as the universe coming from a creator. Give me a single one. So please, okay, I'm gonna wrap it up now with the atheist. I'm gonna send you like the invite. First, please, where's that guy that was talking shit to me earlier on? What's his name? Young Swallow. Are you there, Young? Let me know you're there before I put the link in the chat. Where is it? Yeah. Yo, where's that guy, man? You didn't stop talking shit. Where you now? There you are. Oh, there you are. Go on then, son. The link is there, just underneath your thing. Jump on then. So guys, remember, stop letting atheists use words like I don't know and stop letting them demand fact as a criteria. That's it. You can't see it. Oh, bloody hell, it's doing that again. All right, one moment. Before I hear myself, let me just pause. What do you mean you can't see it? It's there, man. The hell? I'll put it up again anyway. All right, can you not see it now? I'm on mobile. Yeah, it should still be there, man. What do you mean I'm on mobile? All right, jump on, peeps. Still can't see it. This bread must be shook, bro. But I can't see it. Why was about I can't see it? It's there. The hell? Oh, all right. Someone's already jumped on about I can't see it. Let me first know who this is. Yo, they chose to mute themselves. No, no, no. You gotta tell me who you are before I let you in, son. If you wanna come on this channel, you better talk first, B. Or show your camera, son. Nah, I can't see you. I don't need to see your damn car. What's up? You're not jumping on this channel until you verify who you are. Don't waste your time. Because I've seen, man, you just argue, man. Okay, you know what, young Solio, you know what's gonna happen? You're gonna get what's it called? Blocked until you learn how to speak, B. Because I'm not gonna tolerate some kid talking shit to me. If you wanna come for a debate, you're welcome. But I'm too old to be hearing about people's opinions and feelings about me. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn, son. Why would you tell me your feelings and opinions about me? Who the hell are you? Bloody funny people, man. All right. What else should I do? I bounce, man. Most immoral, whatever the hell your name is. I don't know who you are. You're not coming in. Damn it. Yeah. Oh, there he is. There he is. Alrighty then. Before you jump on, I'll let you know this. You better keep the conversation respectful and you better answer questions. You're not dictating anything, just so that you know. All right, mate. You're on the panel. Speak up for
Hello,
yourself.
hello, can you hear me?
Hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, listen, I've seen a lot of your debates and I've noticed that you argue with semantics a lot. Like,
Okay.
it's like you
What's an
don't want
example?
to. You know, when you were debating with Shamsi and then he was like, Ati Allah and Ati Rasul, you were just diverting from the topic and you were just arguing semantics.
No, instead of telling me how you feel, let's talk about what you can prove. So tell me what you can factually prove that I did.
What I can factually prove that you did.
Yes.
How am I supposed to do that?
Well, when you say, for instance, that I argue semantics, you need to prove that that is the case. Anyone can just throw any claim they want. Just substantiate your claims.
Yeah, okay, so I watched your debate with Shamsi mainly, and I came to that conclusion after listening to you.
Okay, how did you come to that conclusion? Is it based on feelings or is it based on facts?
Well, I believe that it's based on facts.
Okay, tell us what those facts are.
I mean, I'm sure you could rewatch the debate if you forgot what you said, but
No, 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 no,
you
no.
know
You made
when
the claim. You made the claim, therefore you substantiate your claim.
yeah, well, I'm trying to. So yeah, so you could watch the debate, you could rewatch it. An example of this is, when Shimsi says he gives you a Quranic verse and you play semantics, you try and find, like, instead of, debating the point, you just debate with the meanings and semantics, and that's what I've noticed from you.
Okay,
So,
but
so I don't feel like, yeah, I don't feel like you're being very, honest when you argue. I may be wrong, but I don't feel like you're
Okay.
debating in good faith.
All right. Cool. Let's try and put judgments and what we think of another individual to aside for a moment, and let's just deal with the data that we have at hand. So the conversation that I had with Shamsi, what specific words were exchanged where you feel that I was erroneous?
Well, when he gave you the Quranic verse, you would just argue with semantics.
Okay, tell me what the Quranic verse is, and tell me why you think what I did was semantics. Go ahead, please explain a little bit.
Okay, I don't remember the name of the surah, but it was going like what Atil Allah and Atil Rasul. And you were arguing, he was explaining it to you for 45 minutes.
Okay,
And you
what
were
was the
just
explanation?
his explanation was Ati Allah is Quran, Ati Rasul is through Hadith.
Is
And
that a fact, or is there room for conversation about that?
I believe it's pretty clear, but clearly,
Okay, but your belief, is it based on fact? Like, do you have any
of
data,
course,
or
of
is that
course, we have
okay?
the
Belief,
Quran. We have the
huh?
Quran. We have the Quran.
No, I understand. But you
Yeah,
see, but you see, when Shamsi argues, and a lot of people argue about obey Allah and obey the Messenger, and Shamsi would argue that obey Allah is the Quran, obey the Messenger is Hadith. Correct?
yeah.
Okay, cool. Now it's easy to say that. You have to substantiate it,
I
and that's
mean,
just a claim. Do you understand that?
okay, yeah. I understand, but it's pretty clear once you read the verse. Like, I don't think it's not something that requires context or anything. It's just Ati Allah and Ati Rasul. Like your argument is not very valid because you're saying that it's repetition when it doesn't really make sense.
No, no. Okay. Before you say it doesn't make sense, why don't we simply address the facts? Okay, let's take away belief aside. Let's address the facts. Is it a fact that that Allah has sent this message to His messenger?
Yeah, that's a fact.
Is it a fact that the messenger conveys the message?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so is it not also a fact that in order for you to obey Allah, you would have to obey the messenger because of the fact that he conveys the message?
But we need to understand the interpretation. So we need to listen to the messenger in terms of interpretation, and we get that through the hadith because we can't.
No, but hear me out. I'm not even arguing against hadith at the moment. I'm simply stating the natural facts that which we cannot ignore, which is A, message was sent to a messenger, and B, in order for you to obey Allah, you would have to obey the messenger that brings you the message. I don't see how that can factually be incorrect in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, I guess so. Yeah, we can. I guess I
I
agree
mean,
with that.
you can still have your hadith argument, but I don't see how you can dispute this.
Okay, yeah. I understand. Yes, I agree. I agree.
Is that fair?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but then there's a problem with your position, and the problem with that is when you say obey Allah, obey the Messenger, and you assign the Quran to Allah, and you assign something else to the Messenger, you make a distinction between them which you cannot make because you literally cannot obey Allah without obeying the Messenger. So you're entertaining an impossibility.
No, but
Can you obey Allah without obeying the Messenger?
no. You can't.
So you're entertaining an impossibility to arrive at this conclusion that obey the messenger is referring to hadith. You're
It,
entertaining
it's
an
it's referring
impossibility.
to yeah, no, it's referring to hadith as well. It's not only just referring to hadith because you
See, that's a better argument.
yeah.
Believe it or not, now you've made a better argument than Shamsi.
No.
Furthermore, not just Shamsi. Furthermore, you've now made a better argument than all of them. Had all of them said it's referring to hadith as well, the argument would have been different. But that's not how they argue. They argue that obey the messenger exclusively refers to hadith. Now, do you see why I have a problem with that?
Yeah, I guess so. I can see that.
That's it. That's where I'm arguing from. So now that we've reasoned, do you see how we can come to uh, an understanding?
Yeah, but
Go ahead, reason some more.
all right. I guess I mean that was from the video clip that I watched from you and Shamsi. That was, I didn't think it was something that deserved that much of a like that long of a discussion about. But
I agree with you, but then with respect, I think you're more intelligent than he is, because we've had a few minutes conversation and it was done. But he was simply stuck on, nope, this means this and that means that. And I was within my rights to say, look, it can't be like that because you're entertaining an impossibility.
yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So I was not, so there's nothing semantical about that then.
Uh, I guess it's only because of the fact that like you guys were debating for so long and you were like, trying to. I don't know if you in specific. I guess both of you were doing it. You know.
No, but fact is, why didn't it happen between me and you? If I was the culprit, how is it that between me and you, within a few minutes, we managed to resolve that argument?
Um,
If it's me,
I
be
guess.
fair.
Yeah. No. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Maybe he wasn't arguing in good faith either, because you know it's not. It's something that could have. It's a topic that we could have came to an agreement about, you and him, like we did.
Exactly. But the problem is, if you come to a debate combative, simply just to uh, win the argument, then you're not going to hear what the other person's saying because you're only just thinking about what to say back.
Yeah. I understand that. I could see that with Shamsi. He's a bit like I don't know how to put it. I don't know. He's kind of a bit ignorant or something. He doesn't really want to, accept the other person's position. Even though I agree with him in his stance, but sometimes you have to reason. Like, you know,
Exactly. Exactly.
yeah.
So, all right, we've resolved that one. Any other questions you've got?
Um, I guess I want to know more about your position and how you came to the conclusion.
Okay, I'm just gonna summarize it for you. My position is very simple. I was introduced to the Quran before I was introduced to the Hadith, and when I read the Quran, I didn't simply just accept it as this is the religion I'm going to follow. I challenged the Quran because I grew up basically amongst people from all kinds of backgrounds. So I was curious about the whole thing. The whole idea was humongous to me. The idea that a human being claims to be the messenger of God and has received a message from God Almighty Himself. To me, that was huge. So when I was introduced to the Quran, I challenged the Quran. Believe me, I was not nice to it at all. I questioned every single thing in the Quran. Cut the long story short, I was convinced by the Quran. But also by being convinced by the Quran, I also knew what this message is about. I understood that the Quran was sufficient. The message was complete, clear, fully detailed, etc. So I only heard about Hadith later, and even that I didn't really have a problem with that because my community Hadith was introduced to us as history. So I didn't have a problem with history. The only time I started questioning things is when people started to put forth this idea that hadith is revelation. So when they called it revelation, you got to remember the background I'm from. I'm from a Quranic background. I'm not from a background where I was sent to a scholar and where I've been given this hadith narrative, etc. I don't come from that kind of background. I come from a background where I've read the Quran. So the moment you tell me something, I have to think about what the Quran has to say. So all I've done is I've asked people, look, these claims that you guys are making, I need it substantiated from the Quran because at the end of the day, we're talking about my eternity here. I can't take my eternity on a whim.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
So all I've ever asked for was evidence from the Quran. And literally no one is managing to do that. Everyone is just getting at me
So,
for daring to exalt the Quran.
all right. So, what is your problem with the hadith? Like, do you think it's not accurate, or because it's not Quran, we don't have to follow it, or do you think it's like distorted from the transmission, or what's your exact problem with it?
No, my exact problem is very simple. It just has no authority from the Quran. It's not a case of having a problem with the hadith itself. It's a case of respecting the authority of the Quran. If the Quran has not told me, if which I consider to be from God, if God Himself has not told me that there is something that complements the scripture, or there is another scripture other than this, who am I to assume that there is?
Um, okay, I mean, I guess
Is
what I
that
be,
fair? Who am I to just assume that? Should I just assume it?
uh, okay, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but I believe that there is basis of the hadith from the Quran. So that's what I believe. So
Cool, no problem. All you have to do is prove that. I look, understand this. I come from a Somali background, which is a Sunni background. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So
yeah,
it's much easier for me to basically stay in my circle, in my bubble. You understand what I'm saying to you? It's what I'm used to. It's what my family is used to. It's what most of my friends are used to, etc., etc. So I don't have a problem with it. You gotta understand this. But what I'm not willing to do is I'm not willing to override my intellect with emotions. I'm a man. My intellect comes before my emotions.
yeah,
So you have to intellectually prove that that is the case. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah. I guess yeah, I understand what you're saying. So
So
yeah,
uh,
I'll be honest with you. I'm not like I'm not very well learned. Like I'm not like well learned like someone
no,
like Shamsi, or or someone else from the park that's more equipped to hold this debate. So I just really wanted to know your position more. And
is it fair? Is my
uh,
position fair? Or you gonna what is it? Tell me
I,
what is wrong with asking for
I can't make the judgment now. I can't
no
make
no
the
no 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 no. It's different. I'm not asking you whether I'm correct. I said, is it fair? If you say that it's not fair to ask for evidence, do you know how weird that is?
no. Of course it's fair. I mean,
So that's it.
but
That's
that's
all I'm
why
saying.
yeah, because our position is that there is evidence from the Quran. So obviously, what you're saying is fair, like your concern. But yeah, I was just really here just to listen to your argument. Maybe I can do some more research on it, and we could discuss in the next live stream or something, or
God willing. And
yeah,
my see this channel here, yeah, I want to challenge everybody. Everybody. I'm talking atheist, Christian, Sunni, Shia, you name it. Everybody. Because as far as I'm concerned, the Quran is perfect. And nobody can bring a better argument than the Quran.
yeah. Well, we
So,
believe it's perfect as well.
see, with respect, I don't think you guys say you believe it, but I don't, but it's demonstrable that you don't. The reason it's demonstrable that you don't is because if the Quran is perfect, you see, perfect doesn't have any flaws. You don't need to add to perfect. You don't need to assist perfect. So the fact that you guys follow other than the Quran literally means you don't think the Quran is perfect. I'm sorry.
It no, no, just because some things are, it's like purposefully omitted from the Quran doesn't mean the Quran is not perfect.
It does.
No,
You do understand what the definition of perfect is, right?
no, because they like the fact that there are some things that are omitted from the Quran is done in a purposeful manner. Like it's not just random. It's
No,
just
I hear you, but you cannot use the word perfect. You have to understand that words have definitions, my brother.
Like, I mean, perfect doesn't necessarily.
Good luck. Take your time. Perfect doesn't necessarily work.
Okay, you're kind of misinterpreting my argument here.
I'm not making anything about your argument. I'm simply saying the word perfect does not allow any addition, explaining, complementary, any of that, because it's perfect. If it's not sufficient and complete, you don't call it perfect.
No, but we call it perfect because it's Allah's speech. So anything that is Allah's speech is perfect, no matter, if you know what I mean.
Okay, but then you associate something imperfect with perfect.
See, this is what I mean. You keep you argue with semantics a lot.
No, no, bro, don't say semantics. Listen, don't see, bro. Well, number one, words have definitions. Number two, intellect is the best tool that we have. The best tool that we have as human beings is reason. Don't shake your head because you don't like it. Stick to the facts. Tell me what is wrong with what I've said. I'm simply
Okay.
saying if something is perfect, then you don't add to it. If you want to change the argument to no, we call the Quran perfect because it's Allah's speech, then what you have in your position is you have something imperfect associated with that which is perfect. How are you going to ignore that?
I mean, as I said, the fact that not everything is included in the Quran is deliberate, is to give the Prophet ﷺ like a basis
You're
to
having an
pass on
argument no
all.
one's having with you. No one's having that argument with you. I'm sticking to the
Well,
word.
I'm telling you why the Quran is not, you know, why it doesn't entail everything. Why it doesn't.
I don't, bro. I'm not arguing with you about that. I don't have a problem with that. You can believe that. I don't have a problem with that. What you can't use is the word perfect. The word perfect does not belong to you.
I mean, that's the definition that you've assigned to the word, you know.
You give me a definition for perfect.
I mean, if we go by the first definition for perfect on dictionary.com, it's having all the required or desirable elements, qualities, or characteristics as good as it is possible to be. So,
Okay,
so it's
that goes against you straight away.
how so?
Because what's the first statement? You said having all of the requirements. You're claiming that the Quran doesn't have it all.
No, 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 no. I'm saying having all of the required elements. So what's
Yeah,
in the
having all
Quran?
of the all of the required elements. Do you not claim that there are required elements in the hadith?
Yeah, well,
But then that,
everything.
that disproves you.
No, no, no. But there's a basis in the Quran for what is stated in the Hadith. There's always a basis in the Quran for what is
No,
stated.
bro, no one's having that argument. Why do you do that? I'm not saying that you cannot find in the Quran reasons to believe in the hadith. No one's having that argument with you. I'm simply dealing with the word perfect. I'm simply saying there is no way, literally no way, that you in your position can call the Quran perfect. No way. Because you contradict that in your position.
No, we don't, because we say that the Hadith is an elaboration
Okay,
for us
what
for
was
us
the
to
definition?
understand
What was
for
the
us to
definition?
understand the Quran. How are we going to
Okay, fine.
understand the Quran? We're humans. We
All
don't
right,
have.
cool. All right. What was the definition of perfect according to you? You said
Okay,
all
okay.
of the required elements.
Having all of the required or desirable elements, qualities, or
There you go.
characteristics as good as it
There
is
you
possible to
go.
be.
That contradicts when you say, "Oh, we need to explain the Quran in order to understand it." So it doesn't have all of the desired elements, then does it?
Well, the fact that it needs explaining doesn't negate it having the required or desirable elements.
No,
How?
no, no. Yes, it does because the statement which you read was all of the requirements and elements. All. You do
Yeah,
know what all is, right?
yeah.
So if the Quran needs explanation, then it doesn't fit into the all of the requirements. Then does it?
No, that's not true though. Why did you come to that conclusion?
Because, bro, what is the definition of all?
Everything is contained
Okay,
in the Quran.
does the Quran need explanation?
Does that? Yeah, of course. Of
Then it
course it
doesn't
does.
have it all, then does it? Then it doesn't have all of the requirement and required elements.
So anyone could just read the Quran and
No, 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 no. Don't
it's,
change the argument. Don't change the
yeah, no,
argument.
no, no, it is because
Stick to the all.
if you're saying that,
Use,
okay,
if it needs explanation, then it does not have all of the requirement, all of the required elements.
no, 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 no,
But then
that's
you
not
prove your
true.
point.
That's
Huh?
not true. That's not true.
Oh, so it has okay. So what you're saying is it has all of the required elements, and yet it requires explanation.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But then it doesn't have all of the required elements.
No, 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 no.
No, no, young, bro. Well, you gotta understand this, and I mean no disrespect to you. I won't allow intellectual insincerity. I won't allow that, bro.
I'm not
Like,
being insincere though. I
no, you,
genuinely
no,
like.
you are because you speak English. I know you speak English.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know you know. I know you know what the word all means. You can't have all and then say, but it needs explanation. That's not all. Then
But you're
there's
trying.
no way
You're
you
trying.
can get out.
No, no, no. But you're trying to say that because yeah, I agree that it has all of the required and desirable elements, but we understand the Quran through Hadith. Like
Then
it's
it doesn't. Then it doesn't have it all. Then the Quran
it
itself.
does. But we need it
No, see, young,
explained to us and
young,
further
young,
elaborated.
young, bro. You gotta understand. And this is the problem I have with the community. Like, bro, you gotta understand. Words have definitions. You can't change them willy nilly. You can't change them simply because you feel so strong about something. Like your feelings don't really change the fact. The fact is, all means all. If you have all and then you add the word but, then it's not all. There's not much discussion around that, and I know for a fact that
No,
you
no. But
know yourself,
are you trying to say that the Hadith acts as an addition to the Quran rather than like an elaboration or explanation?
bro. An
That's
elaborate
what you're
and
trying to say.
all right, watch this. An elaboration or an explanation is an addition.
No,
There's
no,
no. You can
no, it's not.
fancify that
No,
as
it's
much as
not.
you want.
It's an interpretation. It's not an addition. An
But it's
interpretation.
okay. Do you again? Do you know what? Do you know what addition means? Do you know the definition of addition?
Addition, yeah, obviously adding something to something else. But
Okay, so are you adding this quote unquote explanation to the Quran?
yeah, but that's an
It's an
interpretation.
addition.
That's no, no. Okay, say you have a list of you have a list of items. Yeah, if if you're explaining something, you're interpreting something. You're not adding to the list of items. That's what addition is.
No, I'm adding to the conversation. This bro. Now, for 1 minute you're trying to play about with the word perfect. The next minute you're not playing about with the word addition.
This
And
is
I
what
had an
you're doing.
one
This
minute,
is
one
what
minute,
you're doing.
1 minute, 1 minute. But I'm telling you to define them according to your whatever dictionary that you want. I'm not even telling you to take my definition. You bring a definition, but stick to the definition. Don't try and change the definition because you don't like it.
Okay, okay. If we look at the definition of interpretation, it's the action
Now,
of
I didn't
explaining the
ask for the
meaning.
definition of interpretation.
What that's what I'm saying. Hadith isn't an addition; it's an
I didn't ask. No,
interpretation
no,
to
no,
the Quran.
my friend.
You're
Look,
arguing against that.
what is the definition of addition?
I'll look it up
Adding.
right now. The exact definition: the
Bro,
action or process of adding something to something else.
is the
Yeah.
hadith added to the Quran?
No,
Oh my God.
no, because the Hadith it interprets the Quran. It doesn't change the Quran. It doesn't add or
Is that
subtract. It adds in.
was that the definition of addition that you just read? Bro, I'm telling you, I'm not one to tolerate manipulative nonsense. You need to stop. I know you get it, bro. I can't tolerate that stuff. I know you understand it. You gotta understand. There's a criteria, objective criteria. Words have definitions. I'm not going to listen to your feelings above the definition.
I'm not.
You
I
have
gave you
to
the
stop.
actual definition. I gave you
Okay,
the
and you read
and
the actual
I
definition.
defined
The actual
interpretation
definition,
as well.
as per you, was anything added onto something else. That's it.
Yeah,
So
that's addition. Yeah.
whether you call it interpretation, whether you call it expression, whether you call it numbers, call it whatever you want. It's still an addition.
No, no, it's not. An interpretation isn't an addition. It's not an addition. You
All
could
right,
look at
bro.
the sin.
All right, bro. I won't tolerate that nonsense. I will literally not tolerate that nonsense. Are you fucking mad? What kind of argument is that? First, okay, so notice when I started this channel, yeah? An interpretation is not the actual text, it's an addition. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He knows it's an addition, but he doesn't like the feeling. He doesn't like the feeling. It's the same thing with the word perfect. He tried to bend the word perfect, but because he doesn't like the feeling that it gives him, being in a position where he says the Quran is not perfect. He doesn't like it. So he's trying to basically override fact with feelings. I won't tolerate that. I will not tolerate that. Young, you are allowed to come back on once I see that you've acknowledged in the chats that you are in your position. You cannot call the Quran perfect, and nor can you not say that your position is not an addition to the Quran. That's not something I'm for a second gonna entertain. I'm tired of this constant emotional manipulation that you people get away with. I'm really tired of it. Like changing definitions of words. Bloody hell. This thing with changing definitions of words and not understanding objectivity and, referencing criteria and stuff like that. Your addition interpret isn't synonymous. Oh my God. Keep arguing that, bro. Keep arguing that. When you've understood the definition of addition and the definition of perfect, then holla at me, man. I ain't gonna waste my time with people that don't understand that words have definitions. I mean, damn. Young. Just look at the text before you. How do you argue against that? An interpretation is not the actual text. Therefore, it's an addition. You can't argue against that. Bloody hell, bro. Unbelievable. So notice what we've had here today, people. We've had people arguing. We've had, yeah, so these are the three things that has happened here. When I first started the show, I told you that there was a dude that was arguing that what was he arguing again? Yeah, he was arguing that a fact and probability is the same thing. Fact and probability is interchangeable. Can you not believe that? Man was arguing that fact and probability is interchangeable. They mean the same thing. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah? So that was the one absurd argument that we had. And he only did that to basically to dismiss people of faith and stuff like that. And he didn't wanna argue about probability. Interpreting is saying it isn't adequate as it stands. Oh my God, thank you, bro. Thank you. Again, that proves my point earlier on when I was saying that in his position, he cannot call the Quran perfect. Because if it needs interpretation, then it's not perfect. It's like it's like True B. Oh, True B. Okay, I like that. So that's sick. It's like True B said. Interpreting is saying it isn't adequate as it stands. There is no way you can argue against that. But they don't get it. They don't get it. Like, there's no way you can argue against that. So that's that really. So they argued against. So one, they tried to conflate fact and probability, and then they tried to bend the definition of perfect. And then they tried to bend the definition of obey the messenger. They tried to bend the definition of perfect. And then now he tries to bend the definition of addition. We have charlatans here. We're dealing with a bunch of charlatans. Literally, bunch of charlatans. Like, because if you can change the definitions of words, we no longer have an objective criteria at all. We don't have a criteria to reference. We have nothing to determine who is correct. We have no reference to determine who is correct in any way, shape, or form. Because we can't even communicate if you get to just willy-nilly change the definitions of words. How do we communicate? If you're going to change the definitions of words, how do we communicate? Because whatever I say to you, you'll have them mean whatever you want. So how do we even communicate? I'm telling you, we're dealing with a bunch of charlatans, bro. 1 minute, seriously, let me get this straight. So fact and probability is the same thing. Perfect and you can have something that is perfect and also add to it and still call it perfect. Okay. And then the third thing was an addition is not really an addition if it's just an interpretation. These are the arguments that I'm dealing with. How am I not dealing with charlatans? You know what? I'm gonna put the link in the chat again, and hopefully someone else will come on the panel that can make an argument that is consistent, a rational, consistent argument. Damn it! Because how stupid can you get? Goodness me! True B, what it do? True B, why don't you jump on, man? You seem very reasonable. You know what I mean, bro. Okay, wait. Let me get this straight. Fact equals probability. The two words are interchangeable. You can add to something that is perfect, and you can add something, but because it's an interpretation, you're not really adding something. Like, how dare you? No, seriously, how dare these people? God damn. All right, peace and love. You're gonna have to show me your camera, B. I need to double check that. Yo, you get me? Good to go in that. Go on then, son. Show me your camera. If you don't show me your camera, you're not coming in. It's that simple. Peace and love. I guarantee it's some atheist trying to ruin the channel, trying to play porno and things. I don't know these people. But yeah. So what's happening nowadays is basically let him on, bruv. Do you know him? Nah, but he might play what's it called? You know, he might do some dumb shit. I can't be asked with that. If he wants to come on, all he has to do is just show his camera, innit? Show me your camera. Let me see who you are. Until then, you can bounce out. But yeah, as I was saying, so what we're dealing with lately is basically it got to a stage now where all right, okay, I don't see anything. I need to see your face, B. I need to see your face, son. Show me your face. No, but he's not showing his face on camera. That's you showing me a picture, bro. Naughty bread. All right, you know what, content creator? No. I don't want to have to what's it called? Delete this podcast, innit? And I'm gonna have to do that if he puts on porno and stuff like that. So I can't take that risk. You know what I'm saying? Put it on your face if you want to jump on, you know. Anyways, as I was saying, so this is what we're dealing with lately. Lately, we're dealing with people who are basically, because they know they can't back up their argument. They know they can't back up their argument in any way, shape, or form. What they're doing is they are relying on. What they're doing is basically they're changing the definitions of words. That's how absurd it's got. You can't you can't even communicate with them. You can't even converse with them because if people change definitions of words, how do we converse? So that's the level we're at now. Because people can't make arguments, they want to talk to you in a different language than the language you're speaking to them in. That's how bad it is. That's how insane it is. You know what I mean? You like that. He's still arguing, bro. Go learn English, bro. I'm not gonna argue about a fact. I'm really not gonna argue about a fact. I'm gonna make it very simple for you. If I write a book, and that book cannot be understood to the point where it requires another book to interpret the book that I have written, I now have two books. Earlier on, I had one. I now have two. That's called an edition. I repeat it to you. I wrote a book and then I wrote another book to explain the earlier book. Regardless of why I wrote the other book, it is book number 2. Therefore, by definition, it is an addition. Honestly, you've really got to understand that no matter how passionate you are about something, it doesn't trump the fact. I just gave you the fact. Bloody hell, bro. I mean, to argue that you'll have a book and then you're gonna write another book, but that other book that you wrote is not an addition because it's just an interpretation. Now, who are you speaking to? Now, what kind of audience are you used to speaking to? Because it's like, are you taking the piss out of people? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And if anyone wonders why I believe in the Quran, this is exactly it. Killer has joined us. All right, Killer. I have a. Is that? I feel like I know who that is. Go on.
Yes, my brother.
Killer, what's happening, B?
What's going on, my brother?
What are you telling me, family?
What you talking about, brother? What you talking about?
We're talking about we're talking about people who are basically. I can't hear you, bro.
One?
Yeah, I was saying we're talking about people who are not satisfied with definitions of words.
Sir,
People who are basically willing to people who want to change the definitions of words to bamboozle us.
brother,
That's
we
the
can
issue we're
never,
having.
change the definition. We can never change the definition of words. It's just semantic that people use,
No, I agree with you, but we have people who are hell bent on changing the definitions of words because it makes them uncomfortable.
In a discussion, it can go two ways, People can use alternatives, to come up to a definition that they want to come up with, just to steer the conversation in their direction, you know.
No, I agree 100%. But they're quite audacious to think that you can change the definition of a word just to win an argument. It takes a hell of cojones, don't you think?
Of course, but then again, they ain't really got no basis to the argument. That's the problem you have to see as well. But then again, it's up to you who you have the discussion with. That's why I don't have discussion with people that are disingenuous, you know, because I can
No,
tell quickly within the first 5 minutes. I can tell if the person's disingenuous. I'm not going to continue conversation, you know.
my brother, I 100% agree with you, which is why in the end I had to kick him out because he just didn't understand that words had definitions. So we
Of
can't
course,
have a discussion the moment you struggle with that concept. There's
most
nothing for us
most
to
definitely,
discuss.
most definitely.
You know what I'm saying? I 100% agree with you. But what it is I give him a chance to see if even, you know what, sometimes even if an argument is absurd,
Yeah.
if you can make that argument, if you're
Hmm.
smart enough to bamboozle me and make an absurd argument sound reasonable, I'll give you credit. I'll respect that. I like
Of
any
course.
I'll respect that. But what I don't like is when when what you're trying is absurd
Mm.
and you're still not willing to give up and you
Yeah,
have no basis for your arguments.
that's where the red herring comes in. That's where the straw man comes in. And my brother, let's try to go to a different topic, like the current situation that we're in right now for the pandemic. Do you think, like the pandemic, the vaccine and them thing, do you think there's planned or whatnot? Or what's your kind of opinion on the thing?
Um,
Like, let's share some thought, the current events, because then again, the debates, they can go on for years, you know. People have been having these debates for years. Let's leave it for a little bit. Let's have a little bit of, you know, different content, you know.
all right, cool. We're gonna have to keep it short though, my brother, with
Yeah,
respect,
most step. But five
because the,
minutes,
pe-
let's
the
do it.
people on the panel are mostly interested in a particular topic. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
of course. But
I will let
let's see
I
if
will let you,
my brother, let's see if this gains any support. You know, we could probably do it more often. You know, but let's kick it off, innit?
no problem, no problem. Okay, I will say this. I will say this. I don't want to sound conspiratorial.
Yeah.
Nor do I want to. Nor do I claim that everything the government says is the truth.
Most definitely, of course.
Now, what I try to do is I try to follow the money trail, if you like.
Oh, there we go.
I look at the winners and losers of every situation, and
That's
I'm
it.
not a fan of coincidences.
Neither am I, brother.
Now, to make it simple for you, the only thing that the one thing that is identifiable to me that is worth questioning is the simple fact that this vaccine will be the best investment that you can make. And that's
Mm.
because
Oh,
the vaccine is obviously going to have the biggest market, the most customers that any
yeah,
business has ever had.
of course. And it will be every year. It will be seasonal every year. So it's a guaranteed, like a guaranteed investment. But the thing is, the biggest players are not scientists themselves. You know, so look at that as well.
So repeat that.
The biggest players in this whole game, they are not scientists. Bill Gates, not a scientist.
Oh
Um,
yes, yes, there is
Jeff
that as
Bezos,
well.
not a scientist. Elon Musk, not a scientist. But these are the
Yes,
biggest players.
yes, yes. The thing is, even with scientists themselves, although I agree with you that these are not scientists, even with scientists themselves, we've got to remember that scientists they are paid by politicians. They are paid by the
Of
state.
course, of course.
So, and the thing is, whenever you have an someone or a party that is not independent, then you have to always question whatever they say.
Yeah,
So scientists themselves are not people who we should accept whatever they tell
they're
us.
not. Yeah, basically, they're not independent. Basically,
No, they're not.
yeah, I
So
agree.
because of the fact that they're not independent, we shouldn't accept whatever they tell us.
Most definitely, most definitely. But with regards to the way the world is moving, they're looking at keeping this lockdown measures and whatnot for like the next 2 3 years, because they're saying that obviously there's new variants. And as we know, the flu is always mutating every year. You know, you get a flu jab. If you got asthma, you get a flu jab. If you're over the age of 60 or 70 or whatnot, or you got poor health or ill health, then you're
Yeah,
always taking a flu. You're taking a flu jab every year. I
yeah.
It looks. I don't know. I wish I'm wrong, and I wish it is a conspiracy theory, but it looks like what they're doing is every year they want you to take a vaccine, even though you're healthy, even though you're good as gold. But they want you to be reliant on some sort of vaccine, so that you take it every year, so that eventually your immune system is gone to the shits. You can't even take on a normal cold. You know,
Well,
so
to be honest with you, not to be cruel, but
yeah,
that would be in their benefit. The
of course
reason
it's
I
been
say,
there.
yeah, go on, bro.
That's why I'm saying I wish I was a conspiracy theorist, and I wish it was wrong, because the world's gonna be a fucked up place if this shit continues.
You see, the thing is, the way I see it, in this world, there are two things that are important in it. There are two things that people care about: money and power, money and control.
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
are the two things that bring us together. This is as a matter of fact,
of course,
money and control is the reason we even have societies. Is the reason we
most
come.
definitely, of course.
So so what people want, which is the only thing humanity can really achieve in this world, is to basically get the most control and have the most money. Those are the only
Yeah,
two. Those are the only two things that the most evil or even the most good person can achieve. That's the furthest you can
yeah,
achieve in this world. Now, with that said, how would you control? How would you have both control and money? So to have both control and money, you would have to have people dependent on you.
of course.
And this is what governments do. As a matter of fact, it's not just what governments do. This is what every single business does. Notice that every single business, in order to sell its product or its service, it tries to convince you that you need them.
Yeah, of
You
course.
know what I mean?
And they make you come back. They make you want to come back. Not It's like this. They make you want to come back, to feel to come back, not to force you to come back. Give you the feeling
Exactly.
that give
Exactly.
you the feeling that you're under control, but you're not controlled.
Exactly.
For example,
Exactly. Go on, bro. Go on, brother. Yo, Killer, you there? Well, go on, Killer. Mike, check. Yo, Killer. Hey, can you not hear me? I don't know why Killer can't hear me. Killer, Killer, Killer. Oh, he went. Okay, it must be him. Can you not hear me on the chats? Let me make sure there's nothing wrong with the streaming. Type sign if you lot can hear me on the chats, man. Yo, yo, type sign if you lot can hear me on the chats, damn it. And you know what? What is that? You brought a good topic, actually, which is a topic that I'm gonna have to discuss. What this what's going on back home, and what this shall we say, this wave we can. Oh, yes, they can hear you. All right, perfect. You know what is that? You brought a very good topic, so I'm gonna address that topic. The question of what's going on back home. We really need to discuss this, because not only is this going on back home, but this is also going on in the UK, Canada, America, etc. And what I'm talking about is basically what we have, and this is no attack. This is no attack um, against people of different sex and stuff like that. People who follow particular sex. in Islam, etc. However, this is very important that we discuss because this has you know, it has a detrimental effect on our community. And what I'm referring to, one second, let me get the charger. There we go. All right. As I was saying, this has a detrimental effect on our communities, and what I'm referring to is these volumes of books that we have called hadiths, like volumes, and these supposed scholars that that people accept some scholars and they reject other scholars, and you have different groups who all follow different quote unquote scholars. And then you also have different hadiths. You have groups that accept certain hadiths, and you have groups that don't accept certain hadiths. The problem with these things is there is no criteria to determine who is who. Not only is there no criteria to determine who is who, there is no way to even determine who is a detriment to society, who could be a potential, you know, detriment to society. Because at the end of the day, there's a reason Al Shabaab happened. There's a reason Boko Haram happens. There's a reason ISIS happened. It has to have started from these volumes of books and these supposed scholars. So how do we make sure that these things don't happen again? Because unless we want to make sure that these things happen again, that these things don't happen again, then we must not care. We must not care. Because as you will notice, for example, here in the West, I'll give you an example. Do you guys remember Grenfell Tower? Because Grenfell Tower was, you know, on fire because of the cladding and etc. Because of that cladding, now every single house with that cladding or similar, they're not even allowed to sell their house until they change that cladding. And every new built house cannot be built with that cladding. It has to be a new cladding. Now, the reason I bring that to you is because people are trying to make sure that the errors of the past do not happen again. That's called thinking. That's called reasoning. That's called logic. You understand what I'm saying to you? Why have we not done that? How do we determine that Al-Shabaab, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and them, man, how do we determine that they were wrong? What is it that they followed that, you know, these other lot do not? And I'm not saying that these other lot and ISIS are the same. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to say they need to put an objective criteria, a clear line between them and the others. Yes, poverty plays a big part, and I'm going to address that as well. You see what I'm saying? Now, another thing that needs to be addressed is what is that said, which is the role that poverty plays in these sort of things. Now, I would add to that it's more than just poverty. Sometimes it's also misery. Like, you have a lot of people who are not happy with life, and this is not limited to, as a matter of fact, this is cross section. This is not limited to quote unquote Muslims. This is, you can take it to right wingers. You can take it to Nazi groups. You know what I'm saying? All kinds of extremists. If you watch the people that are part of them, it tends to be people that are unhappy, people that are really, really upset with the community for whatever reason. You don't tend to find people that are happy with their life involved in such shenanigans. So you can't ignore that pattern. I don't know why people ignore that pattern. And even if obviously uh, you can't, monitor and somehow be aware of people's misery and what level of misery that we're talking about. Even if you can't do that, which I don't blame you, the minimum you should do is make sure that they don't have access to material which would make them feel better about themselves if they committed heinous crimes. At minimum, make sure that there isn't such a thing. And this is the issue that we have with all all groups, shall we say. Um, I'm gonna address that. What is that? I'm gonna address everything. I ain't letting nothing slide. Um, what was I saying? Let me light this setup. Light this up. Give me a second. Yeah, yeah, material that will make them feel better. And again, this is not about any particular sect or any particular group of people. I'm talking about global. This is a human being issue. You've even seen this in a smaller scale. Like, who are the people that tend to be the people that cause problems? People that are not happy with their lives. People that are happy with their lives, they don't tend to start arguments. They don't tend to start problems. It's because they're busy. They have things that they look forward to. So starting an argument, starting drama of any kind, it delays it delays, the ambitions that they had, the things that they wanted to do or whatnot. It's a waste of time for them. No, your comments are not blocked. Um, it's Young Swallow. It's really not that deep, bro. I mean, all you gotta do is just accept the definition of perfect and addition. That's it. That's all you gotta do, and be good. Anyways, as I was saying, um, where was I? Yeah, so misery is a problem. However, misery is not necessarily something that we can clamp down on. But what we can do is make sure of two things. One, make sure that miserable people don't have access to material that will make them feel better about themselves if they committed heinous crimes. And it's dangerous to allow them to have access to that, because it's dangerous to allow them to have access to that because they already feel bad about their situation. So anything that's gonna make them feel better about themselves, even if it's a lie, even if it's a lie that they have been convinced, they're gonna jump on it, because obviously they want to feel better about themselves. You see what I'm saying? Okay, Young Swallow, I don't have an issue accepting the definition of interpretation. The point is that no one's arguing about the definition of interpretation or interpretation at all. The argument is about addition. It's like True B said to you earlier. The very fact that you have to interpret something means it's not adequate of itself. So you are adding an interpretation to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is no way you can argue that, bro. I know it doesn't feel good for you. You would like to think that, that you can add to the like God Almighty Himself. You would like to feel like you can add to that. I know you wouldn't like to feel like that. But that is precisely what your forefathers did. Your feelings cannot trump the facts, you see. Well, like I don't know why people struggle with such simple, straightforward, unbelievable. Now, where is it? There it is. Yeah. Oh, my bad. It's because I moved the laptop. Is it better now? Is the audio better now? Anyways, as I was saying, why don't you not jump on the panel, man? Someone jump on the panel. But young slowly, I'm telling you, bro, you're not jumping on until you accept facts. I mean, arguing that interpretation is not an addition is a joke. No problem. No problem. Doesn't bother me, bro. Like I said, facts are facts. Facts are not up for discussion. Anyways, going back to what I was saying, I sometimes wonder, do we not matter? I say that because clearly something has gone wrong. Clearly something has gone wrong. We've got a bunch of sex. Not only do we have a bunch of sex, we have obviously we've had extremists. We've had a bunch of stuff that extremists have done, and even here in the UK, we have a bunch of groups. Now, if you look at what the Sunnis and discuss, go to any of their channel, listen to any what's it called again, speech that they're giving. It's always about attacking someone else. Always. This other group is that way, this other group is that way, that scholar is this scholar is that, this guy said this, that guy said this. As a matter of fact, you'll be hard pressed to get any form of information of any kind that you can put to use. Like it's all this guy said this, that guy said this, that guy said this, that guy said this, that. It's about a bunch of men. So it's not even about the quotes. It's about the men that made the quotes. So really and truly, the arguments that they have is, my guy is better than yours, or yeah, we are better than those guys because those guys follow that guy, but this guy is better. And these guys were this way, and those guys were that way. That's all they talk about. This guy, that guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put the link in again, man. One of y'all jump in. I can't be talking to myself. You know, another thing that I find highly disrespectful, which I'm really sick of, is this thing about Arabic, Arabic, Arabic. Like the moment you debate with them about Islam. You try to ask a few questions. The moment you question them, then apparently you don't understand Arabic and you just can't fathom Arabic, and there is no way of verifying, the definition of an Arabic word. But if you accept whatever they tell you, then Arabic is not an issue. So Arabic is only an issue if you dare to disagree with them. Then it's used like a weapon. So if Arabic is going to be used as a weapon, and there is no way of verifying what these Arabic words mean, does that mean that any Arab can tell me whatever he wants about the Quran, and I'm subject to him, and I'm his subject because I can't determine the validity of what he's saying because Arabic somehow is beyond the reach of man. Yeah, Arabic somehow is beyond the reach of man. I find that racist. Honest to God speaking, I find that the most arrogant argument you could possibly make. Is Arabic not a language like all other languages? What about now? Is it better now? Or was it a bit too close to it? Is it better? You're not going to be able to work in a physics career if you haven't studied physics or science. Is Arabic equal to physics? Look, how do they get away with this arrogance? Is Arabic a language equal to physics? Is it as complicated as physics? Is it as complicated as science? As a matter of fact, you can apply science to the Arabic language. I mean, the definitions of the words that you apply to them, the definition that you apply to certain words, obviously they would, what's it called? They would have to be demonstrable. So it's science. But again, what makes Arabic so difficult? I don't understand. Is there no dictionaries? Can we not determine the definitions of words by reading them in the context that they're in? What's so special about Arabic? You've even gone to the level of saying, oh, Arabic is the language that's going to be spoken in paradise. Why is no one checking these people? Why can't they say whatever they want? It's illogical to study a text and derive meanings without knowing and understanding the language of the text. What are dictionaries for? This is amazing. Explain to me, what are dictionaries for? And upon understanding and determining the definition of a word from the dictionary, will I not have a context to work with to then see whether that definition fits the context? And if I have the dictionary that gives me the definition of the word, then I have the context that the word is employed in, not only in one place, may I add, but all over the Quran. Then how can I not conclude the meaning of it? And okay, you said they're not always completely reliable, but when you have the dictionary plus the context, then what? Seriously, then what? Once you have the definition from the dictionary, and then you have the context that the word is employed in, then what? No, but this is the natural route that you would take if you wanted to know the meanings in a particular book. Then first you would get the definitions from a dictionary, and then you would read them in the context that they're in. There is nothing complicated about that. So why do you not scream Arabic? I don't understand. How is that not some supremacy talk? Explain to me what makes you think that Arabic or any language requires more than obtaining the definition from a dictionary and then making sure that it coincides with the context that it's in. How does that not work with all languages? What do you think language is? Unbelievable. Arabic. Mystical, magical Arabic. Is that better for you? So this mystical, magical Arabic, explain to me how it's anything but supremacy. I mean, try and explain how it's anything but supremacy. And you see, let me help you out with this thing called context. Yeah, I'll give you an example, which which is unavoidable, which I don't know how people get away with. If you go to chapter 13, verse 21 in the Quran, go to chapter 13, verse 21 in the Quran. I'm going to show all of you that something right now. The whole argument is simply a matter of literacy. So if you go to chapter 13, 21, I'll read it out for you. Lot. You have وَالَّذِينَ يَصِلُونَ مَا أَمَرَ اللَّهُ بِهِ أَنْ يُؤْصَلْ وَيَخْشُونَ رَبَّهُمْ وَخَافُونَ سُوءَ الْحِسَابِ. Now, starting with the first part, listen to this, yeah? وَالَّذِينَ يَصِلُونَ مَا أَمَرَ اللَّهُ وَالَّذِينَ يَصِلُونَ مَا أَمَرَ اللَّهُ بِهِ أَنْ يُؤْصَلْ. Now, the English is, according to the translation that they've given us, is they join what God has commanded to be joined. However, pay attention to the word command. The word join has nothing to do with the word command. There is only two things that you can do with command. Either A, you can reject the command, or B, you can commit to the command. There is no third option available with the word command. You see what happens when you read the context? Now all of a sudden this translation has been proven to be false. Because join has not, you don't join a command. You commit to a command. So I'll read the alternative for you. They commit to what God has commanded to be committed to. I mean, it's not a coincidence that it makes sense. They commit to what God has commanded to be committed to, reverence their Lord, and fear a dreadful reckoning. Or the alternative is they join what God has commanded to be joined, reverence their Lord, and fear a dreadful reckoning. That's not, see, notice what he just did there. He's doing the Arab supremacy card there. Again, this is what they do. Every time you catch them, it's the mystical, magical Arabic. Because he's now dismissed the translation. No problem. What I can do is I can go for word. وَالَّذِينَ, and those who. Yasiluna, join. Ma, what. Amar, command. Allah, God. There is no interpretation involved there whatsoever. That's word for word. That's word for word. Is Allah not God? Is Amr not command? Is man not what? Is walladina not those who? So the only thing that becomes questionable is yasiluna, which is translated here as join. My brother's in the building.
Peace and
What
blessings,
it
man.
do, what it does, what it do, what it does. What's happening, B?
All is well. Can't complain. How you doing, bro?
A long time, my brother, man. Good to hear from you, fam. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what's good with this Arabic conversation right quick. See what the chat's saying. See what's going on.
I'm tired of the Arabic argument. You know, the whole mystical, magical Arabic argument. Like,
Yeah, like the guy who told you that there was 2 root words for Hajj
yeah, exactly.
and spent an hour not telling you the 2 roots.
Exactly.
That was classic. Like you should play that as like the whole example of what you're talking about, because that, like, my man was like, he would have put his whole life on there was 2 different root words for that joint, but couldn't show you.
No, I'm using an even better explanation right now.
Okay.
I'm trying to show them, because their arguments are that, you know, these words, you don't know what they mean, blah, 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 Arabic, I'm trying to show them the importance of literacy, the importance of reading a word in the context that it's in, because it's the context that's always going to determine that word. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
So with that said, if you look at chapter 13:21, and notice, so in chapter 13:21, they said, وَالَّذِينَ يَسِلُّونَ مَا أَمَرَ اللَّهُ بِهِ أَنْ يُؤْصَلْ وَيَخْشُونَ رَبَّهُمْ وَيَخَافُونَ سُوءَ الْحِسَابِ. Now, the first portion is, and those who join what God has commanded to be joined. That doesn't make any sense. You don't join a command. The word join and command don't go together. And if I wanted to be charitable, and say, what do you mean here? If you would like to say, those who join what God has commanded to be joined, what do you mean by that? They will tell you that it's to do with family ties, whatever the hell that means. But then you ask them, okay, where is where is it speaking about family ties? And can you like substantiate that claim? They never.
So now you're going to a rational conversation. So the whole point for most of them is to not have that rational conversation. Like so okay, so you're a former Sunni, right? So you already know what it is. Like most people like the whole Sunni concept, so they don't have to think. Like they're told what to think, like at every stage and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So when you're asking them to engage in rational conversation, like, oh no, I can't do that.
No, but the thing is this: what I've realized is this is beyond having a rational conversation. This is not even a matter of position. This is actually a matter of literacy. Literally, it's literally a matter of literacy. Because what they constantly do,
I don't disagree.
What they constantly do is, A, they will isolate a verse and ignore the context that it's in.
Right. Isolate, right.
100%. Yeah. Or B, they will try and change the definition of a particular word in a context, to the point where even if the word doesn't fit the context, they want to run with it.
Yeah, like that verse, like the verse about Ramadan or whatever. We were going through like the whole fasting and it's that and the third, and like there's a whole bunch in that verse to where they switch up words that have that never mean that ever. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm totally with you, but let's call those the slightly more advanced ones
Okay.
because they're struggling with the most basic ones, the most straightforward basic ones. Like this one that we're discussing right now, 1321.
Mm-hmm.
It's so straightforward, it's pathetic. Because what you do with commands are two things. You either reject them or you commit to them.
Facts.
Then what third option is there to do with a command?
You can ponder on it for a moment in between deciding if you're going to follow it or not.
Exactly. So even that is just getting to one of those two.
Right. Exactly.
So what they would have us believe is that if it was to read, and those um, and those who commit to what God has commanded to be committed to, and fear their Lord, and basically, yeah, and those who commit to what God has commanded to be committed to, reverence their Lord, and fear a dreadful reckoning. They would have us believe that that is a coincidence.
So like one more time to cut out for me real quick.
I was saying those who commit to what God has commanded to be committed to,
Mm-hmm.
reverence their Lord,
Mm-hmm.
and fear a dreadful reckoning. They would
Mm-hmm.
they would have us believe that that is a coincidence. Something as straightforward as that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they would have us believe that it's a coincidence. And what and I mean, isn't what if you're a Muslim, isn't what you do commit to what God has commanded to be committed to?
That's pretty much what it is. Yeah.
But they would tell us, no, that's not what it's saying, but it's talking about joy and it has something to do with family ties.
Based upon what is the question?
Wins because they say so. And then this other thing is, they'll use the whole Arabic argument, blah, blah, blah. But what they don't understand is, so for instance, this word salah now, they will tell us that this word salah means join in this context. And then in another context, it means bless. And in
Mm-hmm.
another context, it means synagogue. And in another context, it means pray. They want to have it mean all of that. You understand what I'm saying to you, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And they determine willy-nilly when it means whatever it means. Yeah? Now what they don't understand is they have dictionaries themselves, dictionaries that they've created themselves. So now if you look at these dictionaries, when it comes to salah, there are 3 different types of root words. So you have sad, lam, ya, yeah, which is to burn something or to roast something. And then you have woe, sad, lam, which is to connect, to join, to link, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have sad, lam, woe. Now, in sad, lam, woe, they put 2 definitions. They put one of them, prayer, yeah, and the other one is something following something else closely. So these are the definitions that they have provided themselves. Now, the question is, when you look at Yasiluna in 1321, you have Ya, Sad, Lam, Woe. So is Sad, Lam, Woe from the root word of Sad, Lam, Woe, or is it from the root word of Woe, Sad, Lam? It would be the first. Look, it's right there. You can see it. Ya, Sad, Lam, Woe. You can literally see the root word in the word.
So right, and this is the part that gets hilarious for me is like so in the Quran, it breaks down the fact that prophets come down speaking the language of their own people and whatnot, right? And it specifies that the Quran came down in Arabic so that people wouldn't doubt that it came from somebody else from another time. And people still accuse the prophet of bringing something else that other people had, right? They still accuse him of bringing something from another people or whatnot, right? But like, so,
Actually,
go ahead. No,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, you go ahead. No, I was gonna say, like, so it says it confirms that the scriptures that came before it and whatnot, like the scriptures that came like to the other like not every prophet before the like Abraham, right? Was he speaking Arabic?
Good point.
Did he have a lesser understanding of God, or was that the basis of what the religion is based off of?
Good point.
Could like if the prophet talked to Abraham in Arabic, could Abraham understand him? Would they need to translate? Like,
good point. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you brought this up because, like, when people go on about the importance of Arabic, the first thing they love to say constantly is, "Oh, the Quran was sent in Arabic, therefore Arabic is, somewhat special or whatever." However, in the Quran itself, it states what you just said, which is that every prophet was sent to his people to speak in their language.
mm-hmm.
So we've been told the reason the Quran came in Arabic. It was for a pragmatical reason. It was just practical.
Right. If the prophet came through to the Arabian Peninsula speaking English,
exactly
what sense would that make?
Exactly. So it wouldn't make any sense that the prophet would be speaking Russian to a bunch of Arabs. That's the only reason the Quran came in Arabic. And nowhere has God said that the Quran is somehow better than the other scriptures that he's given to prophets of different nations and tribes. It's the same message. It's just the same message being sent. Well, if we're gonna be if we're gonna go by the narrative of the Quran, it's actually the same message being sent to the last barbarians. Now, I don't know how that's anything to be proud of. The Quran already said that it's sent to different nations and different tribes. You just happen to be the last, which means you was the last to be civilized. Am I missing something?
No, and as a matter of fact, when you go through the Quran, it says that the people in the area actually got the message prior to. It just took a minute for it to set in. You know what I'm saying? You got the people of Sheba. You got other people, other prophets around there. You know what I'm saying? People like King of Israel. What's up, brother man?
Peace, AJ. Peace, my brothers. You know what I'm saying? So.
And here's what I'm saying. Like, they still doubted that it came. Like they were still, like, again, the Quran says that the prophet got it in Arabic so that the Arabians wouldn't doubt that it came to them, right? That it wasn't something from another nation, right? And they still were like, no, man, you bringing stuff from other people out.
Yeah.
He was speaking Arabic to them, and they were still like, nah, man, nah.
No, but what doesn't even make sense is this whole distinction of the last prophet. I mean, not only does the Quran not tell him not to make any distinctions between your prophets and messengers,
facts,
but they're too comfortable making that distinction. Why? Now, here's the funny part. Why would they think that one messenger is better than one messenger of God is better than another messenger of God when they're both fulfilling a role?
Facts. And the Sunnah of Allah is an unchanging message from prophet to prophet.
Why would it be different?
Right. Hence, like, the reference and confirmation of the whole Abraham thing. Like, we're rocking what Abraham came with. The man who didn't speak a single word of Arabic.
You know, I said to one of them the other day, they made him Jesus in Islam. Literally. It is tribalism. They didn't make him the Jesus version of Islam. Nationalism. 100%. 100%. That's why I make a point out of, I'm not being funny, but you know when we run around saying Assalamu alaikum, for instance. You know when we do that more.
So the one more time you cut out when we say what?
When we run around saying Assalamu alaikum, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
like people, not non-Arabs, it's really weird because the word alaikum just means upon you, and salam just means peace.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we feel the need? Like you'll have a Nigerian and a Pakistani speaking in Arabic. Why? In England. What's that got to do with Islam? People actually think if I say peace, peace be to you, peace be with you, or peace, just simply peace to you, why is that different than salam alaikum? They actually think it's different.
I've seen you catch on for that a bunch of times. It cracks me up. And you're like, isn't it the same thing? Doesn't it mean the same thing?
Why don't they get it? Or even when they say Allah, like, what? You mean to tell me you have to say in Arabic? You can't say God? Allah has become a name. Like, I can't say God in my language. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
But anyways, the other day I asked one of them, what part of the Quran do you actually follow? Because your entire religion comes from outside of the Quran. And do you know what they responded with?
What's that?
They said we need the Quran for the narration, the story. So the Quran was reduced to stories, sagas.
It's not even the book no more. It's just the story. Okay.
Yeah.
They used to hit us with the book and the wisdom, but now it's just the story. Okay. Yo.
You know what I've been thinking about lately, yeah? You know when you read Fatiha and you get to Ihdina Sirat al-Mustaqim, guide us to the straight path.
Mm-hmm.
Do me a favor, look up chapter 6, verse 161.
My hands are a little full at the moment. Would you mind?
All right, let me do that. Let me do that. I'll read out for you. I want you to play the devil's advocate as well.
Okay.
Check this, yeah? Say, my Lord has guided me in a straight path, the perfect deen of Abraham, monotheism. He was never an idol worshiper. Pay attention to the first part. My Lord.
So not Arabic, but monotheism. Got you.
Watch this. So the pay attention to the first part. My Lord has guided me in a straight path. The Arabic is قُلْ إِنَّنِي هَذَانِي رَبِّي إِلَى صِرَاطِ الْمُسْتَقِيمِ.
Okay.
So what do you ask and what do we ask for in Fatiha? اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. And in this verse it says, this is the Sirat al-Mustaqim.
From the right, yeah.
So if this is the Sirat al-Mustaqim, can you even pray to be guided to the straight path?
Ask the question one more time. I was distracted by the chat real quick. If you can't do what?
If Allah is already telling you this is the straight path, then can you even pray to be guided to the straight path? No, I'm dead serious. I've been thinking about this for a while.
I will say yes, you can, because there's okay, like, so if I'm gonna say it like that, all right, playing devil's advocate, right?
Yeah.
I might be holding the book and rejecting the truth in it, so I might need to pray.
No. Say you're Muslim. We're talking about you're Muslim. If you're Muslim, how are you going to recite Fatiha to God when He says, "Okay, I'm giving you the guidance"?
Hold on. I'm sorry, because not only just recite that part, but stipulate that if you don't recite it in a certain way, that your prayers don't get heard.
Yeah.
Like that one got me when I was like, "Oh, word." I was like, what verse is that in the Quran?
It's like saying what is guidance? Guidance is direction
Right.
in a nutshell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you ask me to guide you to a particular direction, let's say you want to know how to get to LA, and I tell you how to get to LA, does it make sense for you to keep asking me how to get to LA?
Nope.
What's the difference here?
Ritual. There is no difference.
No, I'm dead serious. I've been thinking about this like crazy because, all right, cool. Let's define what the straight path is. What is the straight path? Because we're asking God to guide us to the straight path. Okay. What is the straight path?
So this is the fight number one, right? Because I'm going to say the Son of Allah, right?
I
the,
100% agree.
the unchanging, established way from prophet to prophet. You know what I'm saying?
Well, how would anyone argue against that?
Well, hold on. I have yet to hear a single Muslim who's so-called Orthodox stipulate that Allah has a Sunnah, or that or Allah has the Sunnah over the Prophet having a Sunnah.
They don't even bother addressing anything to do with the Quran, bro. That's why we had to open our own channel and things.
What's offensive about Allah having a Sunnah? I'm trying to understand that. Particularly like when the Quran stipulates it multiple times and there's not one spot where it says that the Prophet has a Sunnah. Aside from the Sunnah of Allah.
They're not interested. They're honestly not interested. When has anyone been willing to discuss that with you?
I haven't met a single one yet. Because it's not even again, that's why I was talking about the intellectual conversation or the just people thinking freely or whatnot. You're having a conversation with people who want to be told what to think versus like thinking for themselves is like it's a scary concept for them.
But this is why I'm now taking it beyond thinking. Like we don't have to even worry about thinking now. Can we just read? And we can't even do that. I can't even get them to read.
Okay, so that's even scarier, right? So even though the Quran says all day long that this is for those who give thought, right?
Yeah.
And for them, it tells you to reflect, etc., like all over the place, and has all kind of things to say about people who don't give reflection. You know what I'm saying? Like,
bro, for reflection, bro, forget reflection. They're not even willing to read.
That's
simple,
right.
Simple literacy, bro. Do you know what I've realized? It's literally a matter of simple literacy.
Right. Okay. But for me to simply be able to read, right, on my own, right? If I just do that, if I grab the book on my own, leave the top series, leave all that aside, you know what I'm saying? And I read on my own, it's going to sound different than what I was told. It's going to read, if I go through the Arabic, it's going to read different than what I was told. You know what I'm saying? If I scrutinize, it's going to be, so if the moment I start scrutinizing anything, it separates me from my tradition. It separates me from what I know. It separates me from what's normal, right? So it's I'm telling you, bro, it's scary for a lot of people. Aren't going to walk out where you went. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to have the intellectual conversation with yourself that you had, where you're going to just weigh things out. Because again, for a lot of these men, and I hear it come out of like, all right, you went on Jordan's channel, right? And that one dude told you, he's like, you know what? If I had to think this much to get into Islam, I would have left it alone. He's like, the reason I got into it is because everything was laid out for me. I didn't have to think about anything.
Did you not notice that he was trying to shut me down the whole conversation? That's why he was laughing. That's what they do.
Yeah, but he was 100. He was dead serious when he said if I had to think this much, I would have never became a Muslim. I would the whole reason I got into it is because I didn't have to think at all. That was his whole thing. I've heard a bunch of people say that. I heard one dude talk about like, yes, like I don't got to think about nothing. Like Islam even tells me what foot to step out of bed with in the morning. I'm like, yo, word.
100%. They believe that, B.
Word. Like, so you get like the book tells you to reflect, and you're saying the reason you got into this thing is so you don't have to think. I was like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
Not adding up. This is not adding up.
It's crazy.
It even tells you like this is for those who give thought. Like there's a sign for those who give thought. Like if you're not thinking, you're not going to catch the sign. You know what I'm saying? It literally tells you this is where you need to pause and think for a second. Don't just think you got this off the surface. It gives you the warning right there. This is a thinking warning. If you're not prepared to think, close the book.
That's what made me question them in the first place. Because I'm like, hold on. This book constantly talks about thinking and questioning, and these lot are so against that. How do they go together? You know what I mean? I never understood how they went together because of that. It's like the day I heard knuckle over akal, text over logic. You remember that? Have you heard that?
Big up, man, like Ali Dawah.
Some dangerous stuff. Some really dangerous stuff, man. But seriously, you see this thing about the straight path? That really, I find that curious. Like, how are you asking God to guide you to the straight path when you're holding the straight path in your hands?
Yep. Which literally contains a verse that says that there will be those who use idle hadith to lead those away from the path of Allah as an entertainment.
I mean, look, if you have the Quran, which
Mm-hmm.
details what the straight path is, what the prophets did, the Sunnah of Allah, what you're supposed to do, etc.,
Mm-hmm.
and you still asking Allah to guide you to the straight path, are you not saying that the Quran is not guiding you to the straight path?
That's exactly what you're saying. The rule book does not contain the rules.
This just ain't cutting it.
Yeah, it's not enough. It says it's the best. It says it's the best hadith. It says it's the best tafsir, but no, I need more.
Yeah, it's just not doing it.
Allah gives you a book of cheat codes, and you're like, no, give me an extra one.
AJ says the verse says like a donkey carrying books.
Yeah.
It's funny he says that. Watch every single clip of their supposed, sheikhs or whatever. Notice the amount of books behind them. Every single time they record a video. Have you noticed?
Yeah, and they're like with the most. This is what cracks me up is they have the most elaborate, beautiful books that are expensive as hell that they never open. They're made to sit on a shelf so that you can see phraseology written on the books themselves, all lined up together. You know what I'm saying? And that's all they're backdrops. That's all they are is backdrops. How I spent they're for other Muslims that are like, oh man, they spent that much money on that collection of books. They spent that much money on that collection of books. Blah blah blah. But ain't crack the book. Don't crack the books at all when they talk.
Nope. It's to make people believe that they do.
Right.
They must do. If they have all of those books behind them, they have the big ass beard, them glasses that they wear. Clearly, they must read those books. It's to just plant that idea in people's head.
Yo, I had a friend that just hit me. I was like, yo, I had a dream about you. I was like, yeah, what happened? They're like, you know what? I went to your house and you were in a room reading a book. I was like, yeah, that was me. You know what I'm saying? Like, because my homies know that's what I get down on. Like, I have a wall of books in my house, but I read every book on that wall. You feel me? I read I don't buy books not to read them. You know what I'm saying? When I see people do it, I was like, what's the point of that? Like, if we pop quiz them cats on them books, bro, they're going to all fail.
AJ says it's like wearing Gucci. Ain't that the truth?
Yo.
You got a bunch of books behind you.
Islamic Gucci. Oh, snap. They flossing with the books like they gold chains and whatnot. I see.
Scholars. Goodness me.
Yeah. They've made their scholars lords. It just is what it is. But you got to understand why people have done so. They've done so because it's easier to delegate that thinking authority to somebody else. Oh, they're a scholar. They said so that way. I don't got to think. Cool. I can just do what they said.
Yep. And it's also, you know what I realized as well, because a few of them have actually said it to me. The issue is identity. They feel like with the Quran alone, they lose that identity, whatever that is, that they believe that they get with the hadith. So it's the lack of organized religion and the lack of that, camaraderie that they're really annoyed with when it comes to the Quran. That's what it comes down to.
It's not even that. You're brought up in a system to where you're told if you reject the hadith, you're not a Muslim. So therefore, it's like, oh man, if I don't take this, I got to leave everything I know behind, everyone I know behind.
Mm.
It's not even about it's not even about the intellectual consequences of reading the book for yourself that they're afraid of. It's about just the separation from people. Like,
Yeah, that's all it is. It's the belonging.
Yeah.
That's literally all it is.
So if they grew up in a Quranist society, they would think it was weird to take the hadith. Period. That's all it is. It's just a societal thing. You're just being normal in the area you grew up in. That's all it is.
Really and truly, if we're gonna be frank, like, notice if you quote unquote reject hadith, whatever that means, then the only arguments they constantly come to you with is the rituals. So what they don't like is the fact that you're not performing the same rituals as them. Therefore, that uniform identity is not there. That's literally what it comes down to. It's not about
And this
you
is how
rejecting any
disingenuous
other.
that is too, because like they don't even perform the rituals the same way, and they argue with each other about how to perform the rituals, even within the same group. Like
Yeah,
even
but
though it's funny, we could beef on that.
they would argue it's minimal.
In front of a
They'll argue
Quranist,
it's
they
minimal.
argue it's minimal.
Huh?
In front of a Quranist, they'll argue it's minimal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but if you get a Sunni and Shia arguing over rituals, is it minimal?
No. Sunnis don't even view Shias as Muslim. That's how bad
That's
it is.
that's what.
They've
That's what I'm
completely
saying.
just struck them off.
Hold on, but don't they follow hadith?
Who Shias?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they follow their own hadith.
So what makes their hadith not worthy to follow, but the other hadith I got to rock with? It doesn't make sense. If I'm going to take hadith, I should take all of it.
Because they determine everything as far as they're concerned.
Oh yeah, because the typical answer is like, yeah, the other hadith went through a scrutinization to find out if it had the whole chain of narration thing be cracking me up. It'd be cracking me up.
It comes down to identity, bro. Like really, no one cares about chain of narration. I'm sure they don't even care about most of the hadiths as well, except for the ones that sound nice. You see what I'm saying to you? If it sounds pretty, they'll take it. If it doesn't sound pretty, they won't.
And this is the cool part. Like, I challenge anybody. Anything that you like from the hadith, I promise you can find it in the Quran. Like
I agree, 100%.
Any part of the hadith that you're like, oh wow, that you heard that, like, oh, like some one of the most famous ones, right, where they talk about like the equality in Islam about there being no Arab above a non-Arab, etc., except in piety. That's in the Quran multiple times, fam.
100%, and better put as well.
Yeah,
the Quran always puts it better.
Facts.
Which is so that makes it obsolete. That's what I keep telling them, but they don't care. But that's not even the issue. Honestly, what it really comes down to is the uniform rituals. Bottom line, that's what. Like you'll go round and round in circles, and that's where you come. That's what we'll get to eventually. And what those uniform rituals do is, they create that uniform identity, and that's all they care about. I've had one guy say to me, "Oh, the problem with Quran is you guys don't have no history of empires and mosques on, you know what I mean? So it's not even about the truth. It's just about, this historical identity that they want to attach themselves to."
Yeah, I don't even understand that, to be honest. Like, like Islam is supposed to be cultureless. That's the whole point. It's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be a jersey that you put on. Like, this is our home team versus the away team. Nah, because it's not a jersey like that. It's universal.
But that's what they don't get, and that's the biggest crime that they're committing. This is a universal message. It's sent to mankind. It's designed to basically have every man questioning, like, why he does the things that he does and believes that the things that he believes in. You understand what I'm saying to you? That's what it's designed to do. It's very personal between every individual and his maker. What did they do? They made an us and them thing. So what you have now is you have a bunch of people, believe it or not, what you have is a bunch of people who respect the Quran, who would easily, become quote unquote Muslim, but they have been led to believe that being Muslim equals looking and sounding like an Arab and doing some historical Arab stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Now, some people might be cool with that, but obviously some are not. And that's the biggest crime they're making. They're stopping people from basically engaging with this Quran. They are preventing people from engaging with the Quran. That's how
Right.
bad it is.
The same thing is said in the Bible when you got Esau talking about the Sadducees and Pharisees stand at the gates of heaven and
Same shit.
don't let other people go in, but don't let people enter themselves. And
Same shit.
yeah,
Literally the same shit.
yeah. And that's where he makes the claim, like, okay, you taking your scholars as lords, you're doing way too much.
Bro, that was one of the things that impressed me about the Quran. When I was young, because when I first read the Quran, I challenged it, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, because there was a bunch of religions around me, and so I was like, why is everyone just claiming to be right? You get it? So when I read the Quran, I challenged it, and that was one of the things that impressed me. The fact that men cannot claim to be have some sort of authority in this deed. That was one of the key factors.
One of the things that got me is the Quran literally said, challenge me, I dare you. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, I like that.
You see what I'm saying?
I was like, I'm with that. I was like, if like, now that's some God shit. I believe God would say that. Like, if go ahead and challenge us, bro. You can't challenge.
Exactly. If it's from
Challenge it
God,
all
that's
you want
exactly
to,
what
just
I would
make you
expect.
submit.
If it's from God, that's exactly what I would expect. I would
Mm-hmm.
expect no less.
Right. Because every other religion is like, yeah, don't challenge us, don't challenge us, don't challenge us. But this, like, no. Just challenge us, I dare you, to make you submit. I was like, oh, word?
You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let's go.
And you know what? Now that you brought that up, that's the sad thing about what they've done to the word Hajj. That's another sad thing about what they've done to the word Hajj. Because the word Hajj, if you look at it Quranically, and here's the funny part, man. This is why I say this is about literacy. Because if you simply read the Quran now, if you read the verses surrounding the word Hajj, one is to do with Abraham, and the next one is to do with the Prophet. If you read the context surrounding it and everything, it is evident that Hajj, starting with Abraham. Let me start with Abraham. When Abraham calls the people to Hajj, who are those people? Are they already Muslims? Do you see how easy it is? Who is Abraham calling to come to him? Who? Have they already received the message? And if they already received the message, why would he call him to him? Call him. You see what's going on? And furthermore, read the context surrounding what happens when the people come to him. He feeds them, and after he feeds them, what does he do? He conveys the message. By conveying the message, what happens? They start querying him. So where did you guys get Hajj is for Muslims? Where? And let me give you another one. And this is another one that really, like, I don't know why people don't pay attention, but check this out. In Surah Al-Baqarah, this is when Hajj is associated with the last prophet. So the last prophet, after being persecuted, etc., he then comes back. Let's call it Mecca for argument's sake. He then comes back to Mecca where he was persecuted from. And then he's told to complete the Hajj. So if he's going to complete the Hajj, can you complete something that you haven't started?
No, not really. But so again, this is the whole thing about the ritual thing, right? Because because we have disagreements on the ritual aspect. However, I do agree with this point here in the sense to where. So I got family that's Catholic, family that's Jewish, family that's Muslim, family that's none of that, right? Family that's just regular Christian, all that type of stuff, right? And no matter what religion people belong to, when it goes to the rituals, they check out. They do the rituals because they feel like that's it. As long as I do that part, I'm good.
Yes.
As long as I do that part, I'm good. It's like, no, fam, like that's any religion you go into, even if there are rituals, the rituals are symbolic of doing some other stuff. So the rituals are just a reminder, right? 100%. For you to go do something else. Like 100%. So for instance, so okay, you can give zakat. Cool, got you. You're giving zakat, straight. Got you. How much of your zakat every year goes to freeing a slave? Any Muslim out there listening? How much of your zakat goes to freeing a slave? Is it not mandatory to go towards it? The way you see it and read it? But nobody can verify that it happens. But they're like, no, I get my 2% every year straight. It's like, oh, word. But it's not being used for like in the way it's said to be used for. Like, so you just did you pay your 2% or did you take care of the people? Like, what's the point of the zakat?
Exactly.
Is it for you to pay 2% to some organization and just check a box? Or is it to take care of people who need to get taken care of? Do I need to give it to the organization? Can I give it to the poor myself?
Yeah.
Like when all be cracking me up all day. But have the cult, bro, who got the coldest fundraisers in the game. I got so in my area, there's homelessness like no other, right? We got mosques, we got churches, we got synagogues, all that. None of them got their doors open to the homeless. None of them.
I'm not surprised.
But all their books tell them to open their doors to the homeless.
Mm.
You think Allah's gonna smile on this forever?
I don't, bro. It's all about rituals. It's all about rituals and symbols. Like they don't care about the principles, the actual commands. It's just about as long as you fulfill and this is the issue with these rituals, man. Like rituals per se wouldn't be a problem if they understood it as you just said, symbolic, secondary. You see what I'm saying to you? But they've made it into the primary thing. Like as long as you do these rituals, you're good.
Right. Man, I'll tell you, okay, I gotta pray 5 times a day. I gotta fast for Ramadan. Check this out. For all you Ramadan fasting cats, now I fast too, right? My brother doesn't fast, right? I got no issue with that, right? However, for all you that do you fast when you lie on your wife? I want to know. I'm curious. Do you only fast for Ramadan, or do you fast for the other reasons the Quran tells you to fast?
When you break an oath.
Yeah, when you break all them things, or do you just fast for Ramadan? Right now, a whole bunch of Muslims like, wait a minute, where it says to fast for other things? You know, like they don't even know, fam. They don't even. How many times when we talk to cats, right, that are telling us all the stuff we don't know, that we supposedly don't know, and we're talking about Quran verses left, right, like, where does it say that? Where does it say that? What verse is that? It's like, oh, word.
Yep.
But got hadith all off the top of their head. I'm like, yo, that's sad, man.
That's you know what I'm saying.
Like that, like so that would, like real talk. Like if the prophet was right here and you couldn't recite no Quran to him, but you was giving him hadith, how do you think that would make him feel?
You know what the funny thing is? Now that you brought up the word prophet, I've gone I've looked into this. When the prophet is called the prophet in the Quran, and when he's called the messenger in the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
And now we already know that he's called a messenger, and we're told that the definition that his duty is to convey the message, etc. His sole duty is to deliver the message. We have a bunch of verses for that. We already know that.
Super, yeah, fact.
However, we also know that when he commits a mistake, then he's referred to as a prophet, never referred to as a messenger. Do you see what I'm saying to you?
Mm-hmm.
So again, we see the distinctions, the difference between the prophet and a messenger.
Did you just say the prophet made a mistake?
Oh yeah, of course. It's in the Quran. They know that. They can't deny it.
How dare you?
He gets chastised.
He was infallible, son.
No.
He couldn't mess up. It's not possible.
They know that he gets chastised at least 3 or 4 times in the Quran. They know that. He gets chastised as a prophet.
It's not possible.
He gets
Can't
chastised.
be
I'll give you a few examples. He gets chastised for simping. Yes. No, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Look, if you go to chapter 66, verse 1.
It's hilarious you said it like that. That's exactly what it
That's exactly what it is. He's human. He's human. It shows that he's human. You know what I'm saying? Now watch this, yeah? I'll read it for you. Chapter 66, verse 1. O you prophet, why do you prohibit what God has made lawful for you just to please your wives? God is forgiver, merciful. Ain't that simple?
Allah said, "Don't simp. Don't do it."
Is that not simple? And Allah
Allah said, "There's no simping in my pimping."
You know what I'm saying? But but this also tells us another thing, that he cannot prohibit anything. When it comes to prohibitions, they're made by God. He couldn't even prohibit something for himself just to please his own wife. So how can he prohibit anything for anyone else?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Exactly.
So he gets chastised here. He gets chastised again when his adopted son wants to get a divorce. He knew that God would use him as an example, that basically men can marry their adopted children's ex-wives. Like not to see your adopted children as the same as your own children. It's just not the same law. Do you get it?
Was he even called adopted in the Quran?
No, he wasn't called adopted, but I'm doing that.
Yeah, that's the whole that. Yeah, exactly. Got you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, you're right. I'm glad that you pointed it out. Now, he obviously didn't want. He was worried about what people would say. You know what I'm saying? So he would tell Zayd to stay with his wife, and Allah tells him off for that. You know what I'm saying? Allah says, why would you do that just to please, because you're worried about the people or whatever? Yeah. So that's another chastisement. I can tell you a third chastisement when he's talking to people that are elite or whatever, and then there's this blind guy who's trying to get the message, and he ignores him. Not necessarily intentionally, but he ignores him, or he sees past him basically, and he gets told off for that. In each situation, he's called the prophet. You get it? Now, so we already know that part, but it actually goes further than that. And this is another thing that I've discovered. The other thing that I've discovered is every single time in the Quran that the prophet is referred to as a prophet and not a messenger, they are actually time-bound verses. Each and every single one.
Okay.
So his prophethood is limited to the time that he's there. Like prophets. So and then to another thing that you can marry that up with is when you look at the other prophets in the Quran, the prophets that are not messengers, they're just prophets. You see that their mission is restricted to their time. They're not bringing a message. They're dealing with a particular message in that. They're dealing with a particular mission in that society. For instance, Joseph didn't bring no one a message, did he?
No, he didn't have a scripture. No,
he had a mission. So now, if you look at the last prophet, for example, his mission was he was the leader of a community that got persecuted. He's He's governing that community. He's their general. He's their everything, basically, which what all prophets were. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So to cut the long story short, prophethood is limited to the community that he's engaging with. He's their prophet. A messenger is one who delivers a message to a community who haven't received the message before. So in the Quran itself, it literally doesn't allow for a prophet nor a messenger to deliver a message other than the scripture that they're given.
Yeah, you can't botch it and it'd be the message.
Yeah. So you can't associate hadith with his messengership, nor can you associate hadith with his prophethood. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with either role.
And please, if you're going to tell me that it's another revelation, just break it down from the Quran, fam. Because the Quran is clear, right? It talks about the angels, the messengers, and then their books, the books of the messengers, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so, okay, so are you trying to tell me either the Quran is part of the book or it's not? So just show me where it's part of the book.
I mean, why don't we see what Allah says himself and what the Prophet paid a testimony to. This is the testimony of Allah and the Prophet. Say, whose testimony is the greatest? Say, God's. He is witness between me and you that this Quran has been inspired to me to preach it to you and whomever it reaches. Indeed, you bear witness that there are other gods beside God. Say, I do not testify as you do. There is only one God. I disown your idolatry. So the only testimony here that we have is the Quran.
Which is subsequently called the greatest hadith or the best hadith.
Yeah.
So how do you take the Quran but your hadith rejected and it's the best hadith?
Furthermore, when would you have the best of something and then look for less than the best?
Yo, thank you.
When would you do that?
What's better than best?
What's better than best? No, but they wouldn't even argue that it's better. So if you're not arguing that it's better, if I have the best, what am I gonna do with less than the best?
Anything else, exactly.
Yeah,
I'm already top shelf. You're asking me to water it down.
I'm already top shelf, exactly. What am I gonna do?
You're asking me to water it down. What are you saying? Why would I do that? I'm 100% pure. You're like, no, don't do that.
If I'm the best, how can you explain the best?
Okay. Yo, it's like getting Kobe Bryant and like Michael Jordan, you know what I'm saying, together. Then like,
Bro,
and then hold on real quick, and then pulling like some old dude out the crowd to be like, okay, I bet you he can beat him in one-on-one. Watch. Like, no, homie, no, it's not happening. Not happening, fam. Like, so you're not going to get the dude selling like hot dogs or whatever at the game, right? You're not going to pull him into the game and have him beat all the professionals, bro. Like, if he was that good, he'd be in the game. He wouldn't be slinging hot dogs.
Let me read this verse for AJ. Chapter 3, verse 81. And this again proves the difference between.
Oh, that's the joint right there.
Yeah, and this just
that's the verse right there.
Between a prophet and a messenger. All right. God took a covenant from the prophets, saying, I will give you the scripture and wisdom. Afterwards, a messenger will come to confirm all existing scriptures. You shall believe in him and support him. He said, do you agree with this and pledge to fulfill this covenant? They said, we agree. He said, you have thus borne witness, and I bear witness along with you.
Mm-hmm. So real quick, so it says that Allah gives people the scripture and the wisdom, etc., whatnot, right? Or the scripture and sound judgments, however you want to look at that concept, right? Where does it say he gives any of the messengers or prophets hadith, period, like that are other than the book that he's given them? Because it literally says in Surah 45 ayah 6, and so in what hadith will they believe after Allah and his verses, his ayats?
Mm.
So unless you're telling me that the hadith are now the ayats of Allah, what are we saying, fam?
This is what I'm saying, man. Like I genuinely feel sorry for them because this I've never heard a worse argument in my life than hadiths. Honestly, literally, I've never heard a worse argument in my life. I've seen people try Trinity better. I've seen people try
Mhm.
convince me of Trinity in ways that are, more convincing than this.
You know
Uh,
what their best argument is? Like, you know what, you Quranist people don't agree. Okay, check this out. We might not agree. When we don't agree, do we kill each other?
mm.
Do we start wars over it? Do we bomb each other's temples and mosques and whatnot? Nope. We just do, like, me and Maverick don't agree on a lot of stuff when it comes to the Quranist thing, right? However, like we don't beef on it. We're like, okay, cool. We'll stop and be like, okay, well, how do you see it? Well, why do you see it like that? Oh, okay, I understand why you see it like that, and let it go from there. We literally try to get the logic and let it go.
You know what the funny thing is? With me, I've actually gone beyond seeing it in a particular way. I swear to God, as weird as this sounds, I am completely and utterly fine with simply reading it. Like I will not come with any suggestions of any kind. Whatever it says, I'm good. You see what I mean?
Right. But I'm
So
but check this out, right? I'm not going to trip on somebody for having a different interpretation of the Quran. I'm going to be happy that they actually read that joint, and that we're talking about what they read. You know what I'm saying? Versus like, well, this scholar said this, and this scholar said like, nah, bro, I can't. No, I'm not talking to you to find out what some other man thinks. If I want to know what that man thinks, I would go holler at him and read his tafsir, etc.
let me quickly address AJ. AJ says, "Is the messenger here a physical human?" In chapter 381. No, not necessarily. I mean, it can be in the case of uh, Jesus and what was the one before Jesus? The prophet that was there that Jesus met. Help me out.
Hold on, ask the question again. I was reading what AJ was saying.
The prophet that Jesus met. There was a prophet that Jesus met. Yeah,
John
yeah.
the Baptist, yeah.
John the Baptist, exactly. So it can apply to that in those scenarios, but it can also apply to Isaiah. No, I'm not sure about Isaiah, but John the Baptist definitely. Yeah, Zechariah's son, John the Baptist. So yeah, it can apply to that, and it can also apply to angels. It can also apply to spirits, basically, when they come as a messenger to the prophet to confirm that what they're receiving is correct. Yes, so it can also apply to angels. Yeah. But going back to Hajj, Brother Moore, quickly, because it's because my thing is again going back to simply reading the Quran, because I believe if people just read it without trying to override it with any preconceived notions, it's so straightforward. It's amazing. So again, going back to the last prophet when he went back to Mecca, when he went back to the people that persecuted him. Now, let's remember, the pagans are there, and he's just now come back to Mecca, and then he says complete the Hajj. So, are the Hajj are the pagans involved in the Hajj?
That's a fantastic question. That's a fantastic question, because when you read the language of the Quran or whatnot, like there's you can already see that there's a like a caravan kind of a thing happening. Like your man is commanded to take care of people who are already making a trip.
Yeah.
So that's a fantastic question.
I mean, in both scenarios, so you have with the last prophet, you have that he's come back to the place that persecuted him. The people that persecuted him are still there, and then he's told to complete the Hajj. And with Abraham's scenario, you have he left his community, He started his own community, if you like, and then he called people over to him. Those people would be people who are non-believers. So both scenarios with Hajj, you're dealing with non-believers. So how is it now that you have a Hajj that is strictly for believers alone?
Okay, devil's advocate part. Okay,
Yes.
so in the Quran, like, so a lot of people like to float the verse where it says that the prophet is an example, etc. Whatnot, right? But a lot of people don't recognize that the same thing is said about Abraham and all of his followers.
Exactly.
The same
Abraham and his people.
and his people.
Mm.
So were they not Muslims, or?
Look. See, this is what I mean by intelligent people. Look what AJ responded with. Look how simple it is. Look how simple it is, brother Moore. Look how straightforward it is. And you know what the funny thing is? Here's the funny part. The funny part is if you look at this word Hajj and its different grammatical forms and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
if you look at it in the Quran itself, every single time it is translated as argument, or convinced with evidence of some kind. But argument, let's just say argument,
Mm-hmm.
every single time. So it only changes to pilgrimage with these specific verses. So why does it go from argument to pilgrimage? What is the relation between argument and pilgrimage?
Yeah, you got to get that clip from Somali speakers about homie talking about like the two root words of Hajj.
I can do that right now.
He says there's Hajj and then Hajj.
Wait,
You knew.
you know what I'm saying? 1 second, let me pick that up. I'm gonna do that right now.
Because there's a point where he makes the emphatic claim that you can see him making dua in his phone, and he's like, "Allah, please give me something. Please give me something. Please." Shaking up the phone like it's the magic 8 ball. Like, come on, homie.
This is what I'm saying. This Arabic supremacy is really sad. It's bloody crazy.
Now, here's the funny part. If he actually went into other Semitic languages, he could actually make a linguistic point. But like he literally said something he has no foundation for in any source he could look at, in Arabic at least.
Yeah.
And was trying to be like, no, man, see here, blah blah. I was like, nah, bro, you just fell flat on your face, bro. Just just go on and take that L.
I'm gonna put it on now, furthermore. What was it?
Let me meet out right quick. He be talking real strong, so you ask him to show him. Then he's like, hold on. He starts looking at his phone.
It's so straightforward. It's annoying.
I think it's in part 2 where he starts making dua to his phone.
Should I go straight to part 2?
Do however you want to. I was just put it out there that I think that's where you can literally see him cupping his phone and like, oh man, please, like he's literally making do. I'm like, yo.
All right, let me go straight to part 2 then. But what I don't understand.
Part one is all the supremacy part. It was like, no, man, you got to take it like this. You got to take it like that. Blah blah blah.
We are building
And part 2 is like, all right, show me.
in the biggest city in the world.
Notice that part 2 is twice as long as part 1. And part 2 is just my man said, well, just show me.
All right, what's the screen saying? Is it full screen?
Pretty much, yeah. You can make it more full screen on if you want to. You can just take us out of it, but it's full screen for the people. Yeah.
I've been there. I've seen it. An amazing.
Yeah.
If you want to, you can take us out of it.
What's the screen saying?
But it's
All right. Let's go skip back. Right there.
Woke up and there was Salah. So they say for the word Salah comes from Salah, which means connection. But they say according to the Shai, it means prayer. Same with the word Salah. They say according to the law, it means mistake. But according to the Shai, it means fast. Hajj, again, same thing. According to the Shai.
Yo, what's the volume saying?
Is it choppy for
Oh.
you? It seems like it's lagging and choppy for me.
Yeah, but what's the volume saying? Is the volume all right?
It needs to come up a bit.
Turn up the volume.
It's pilgrim. So the point I'm making is most people are not.
Say a couple of things. Maybe this is your understanding. But what you say Hajj means
Yeah, it's coming through mad choppy. If you want to, I can try to. Yeah, if you want me to, I can try it.
Yeah, if you can do it, you do it, man. Damn it.
Yeah, just give me a
Can
quick
you do
second.
it?
Yeah, I got it. Just give me a second.
All right.
I can do it all day.
All right.
You know, we should do it for the beginning. Let people see this whole supremacy part that you're talking about. Hold up. No, my internet's lagging. Maybe YouTube's just tripping right now.
Maybe.
Because now my joint's lagging and it wasn't lagging just a second ago.
That's all right. Give it a sec. Yeah, you got it up now.
Everything is already fixed in the Quran, and whatever people follow.
But it's not according to language.
I give you time.
Why is it not
I
according
give
to
you time,
language?
right?
You're not answering the question.
Should I add it in? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Now my joint's lagging.
Nah, just give it a sec. It's all good. I think you're playing part one.
Yeah, I'm starting with part one so people can hear it. Because that's where it comes in with the Arab supremacy, with Arabic supremacy and whatnot. There we go. Hey,
Everything is already mentioned in the Quran, and whatever people follow.
But it's not according to language.
I give you time.
Why is it not
I
according
give
to
you time,
language?
right?
You're not
Should
answering
I
the
finish?
question.
Should I finish? Should I finish?
Answer
Should I
the
finish?
question.
Should I finish? Should I finish?
Say the same
Your
thing
point, you're saying, for everyone, yeah, you were saying everything in the religion is made up because it initially didn't come from Quran. What is in Quran is in Quran, and then we can understand it, we fully understand and get the religion totally and completely from Quran, and that's it. We don't need anything, you know, we don't need anything like what people made up in terms of hadith or whatever. Yeah, right, that's what I mean, right? So Hajj came in Quran, but
The Hajj before
meaning.
the Quran anyway.
I'm talking
The question is the meaning. The question is the meaning.
Listen. You just came down.
The question is the meaning.
No,
That is the question.
no. It is a physical. It is a physical ritual.
Does it mean so? Okay, linguistically, does it mean so?
Yes, absolutely.
Is that what it means linguistically?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, linguistically, then why is it in some verses the same word hajj? The same word hajj. Why is it translated as debate or argument? Why? Yes. Oh, really? Tell me. Okay. So, okay, what's the root word of hujjiyah?
Listen, wait a second.
What's the root word?
Wait a second. In order for you to debate with me, Arabic,
You have to be an Arab.
No, you don't have to. But you have to prove to me one thing. Because right now we're debating language, right?
Yes.
We're not debating Quran. We're debating language, right? So in order for you to debate with me language, yeah, you have to prove that you're linguistically a bit able to carry on a conversation with me in Arabic. Go ahead.
Let me tell you what I can prove.
Yeah.
Let
Can
me
you
tell
prove this?
Do you mind? Let me tell you what I can prove. What I can
It's a point, isn't it?
No. Let me tell you what I can prove.
Because you know,
You just spoke. Let me speak.
Another point.
Two-way conversation. You're just telling me to calm down. I'm not hearing it. No, but I'm really hang on. عادي bro. والله عادي متي. No, why did you just tell me to calm down and not him? Why? وهذا كدري word.
Bro, the reason why I'm telling you.
No, you just made a point. Two-way conversation.
Let me tell you one thing.
Two-way.
I'm not proving it.
No, you just made a point. We can't just listen to you.
No.
Two-way conversation. Let me make my point now. You
Every
made
time
your
you
point.
interrupt me.
I did not interrupt you. You made one point. You can't make 2 points. Yeah, moderate, please. You can't moderate.
Right.
Let me tell you what I can confirm to you.
Yeah.
What I can confirm to you, just keep up. I'm sure you'll be able to. What I can confirm to you, that number one, the words used in the Quran.
Man, did you get my point?
I got your point.
Are you arguing still in linguistic?
Good, bro.
It's very important.
Talk to these.
It's really important.
But every time I speak,
Go ahead.
every time.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm really
It's tiring, bro.
Go ahead.
Anyways, as I was saying to you,
Yes.
all right, cool. The premise of, actually, we need to deal with this premise. The premise of the argument is you have to somehow be proficient in Arabic in order for you to understand the Quran. That's the premise of the
Actually, I
argument.
didn't say that.
That is the argument.
I didn't say that.
You
I'm
did
telling
say
you I
you
didn't
did say that. Let me tell you why you did.
Did I say
Let
that?
me tell you why you
Did I
did.
say that?
I can't speak, bro. This is ridiculous. Let me make my point, please. Yeah, but hear my point, innit?
Let him finish, man.
Fair enough.
No, bro.
Don't freak out.
No, it's every minute.
It's talking because you're
But it's
telling a
every
lie.
time.
I didn't say that.
Let me finish it. Once I finish, then you understand my point.
You're telling a lie. Why would you?
How are you not telling that until I finish
You're
my
telling a
point?
lie that I said that. I
Until
didn't say
I
that.
finish my point. Until I finish my point. ارجع للحج.
Go ahead.
Ah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Anyways, cool.
Can I just say, trying to pretend that the argument is anything other than what my man just stated is just it's crazy. Why else did he bring up the whole like, okay, let's have a conversation, Arabic conversation? What is the other? What's the only other point you can get from that?
Exactly.
Why are you trying to pretend like you're not doing that? You know what I'm saying? I don't get it, bro. Anyway, you just go. I'm letting it play.
It's
The
unbelievable.
reason why I made that argument. No, I want him to listen. Well, I want him to listen. I want him to listen. This ain't worth it. They're not worth it. Go away. It's that kind of argument. Is it done, yeah? All right, cool. Anyways, can we have a convo? No, please, allow it. The lack of civility, that really amazing. Look at the lack of civility. Please, he's speaking. No, I want you to moderate, bro.
Brother, you're talking a very arrogant way, by the way.
He's not lying. Let's calm down. Let's talk on truth.
Leave the motion aside.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Okay. The reason I was making that argument on my listen to this now, yeah?
Talking to the camera.
No, listen to this. Where were we? Okay. The reason I made that, the reason I made that argument, the reason I made that argument is because we're in the 21st century. We have access to certain things. Number one, we have access to the Quran. Number two, we have access to Arabic and how its grammar and how its root words and etc. work. We have access to these things. Now, what those things allow us to do is they allow us to basically look for a consistency, because every grammar has a specific consistent system. You understand what I'm saying to you? Now, with that said, with the Arabic, what you will find is that every word comes from a root word, and then the root word has a specific definition, and then it has synonyms, synonyms that are for the rendering of different contexts. For example, the word, I can't think of a specific example right now, but the word in Arabic has a specific. Actually, okay, let's get to the Hajj. 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 We're staying in a language. This is language. No, this is a language. This is a language. Now, for example, we're gonna deal with the word Hajj. We're gonna deal with the word Hajj. For example, what you will find in the Quran is that the word Hajj is consistently translated as argument or challenge or debate along those lines. Now, what you will find is that argument, challenge, and debate are all synonyms, but those synonyms work best in different contexts, but they all have the same definition. You understand what I'm saying to you? Now, this specific conversation we're having is about the word Hajj. Now, the word Hajj, in terms of in the Quran, like I said, it is constantly translated as challenge, debate, argument, etc. Constantly in the Quran. You understand what I'm saying to you? Except for one or two verses where it's translated as pilgrimage. Now, pilgrimage is not synonymous with argument, debate, or challenge. It's not synonymous with any of that. Number one. And number two, if we look at the context which these words appear in, you will not be able to fit in the idea of pilgrimage. So, for example, I'm going to give a clear-cut example. If we go to chapter 2,
It's a monologue.
it's not a monologue.
Yeah. Are you moderating? Oh, he's talking, yeah? How long you need then? 15 minutes? 10 minutes? Go ahead. Oh, really?
Just finish this part and then let the book.
No, can't remember anyone having.
Just finish this part.
After this one,
Oh, yeah, he's talking to the government.
okay, listen to this. After this,
No, I'm laying, man. I'm December, man.
No, he made a claim. I didn't actually respond to this claim. No, let him finish. I want to be respectful, yeah? Let him finish. No.
Huh? Yeah, no, one second. I want to show you something. Now, for example, I'm going to show you a context where it has been translated as pilgrimage. However, if you look at the context, it is not possible. That's what I'm going to look at. Chapter 2, if you go to 190. Bear with me, I'm gonna find it. Yeah, here, 189. Watch this, 189, chapter 2. In this chapter now, it's been translated as pilgrimage. But however, if you read this context, it's literally impossible. Okay, they ask you about this word, al-ahli, has been translated as new moons. However, if you go to the root word, al-ahlati, yeah, it's been translated as new moons. However, if you go to the root word of this word, it is translated as announcement. Now, announcement and new moon has nothing to do with each other. However, it's been translated as new moon here. That's one point. That's one point. No, I'm not done. That's one point. No, I'm not. Why are you running? It's one verse.
I'm not running, man. You've been talking for 10 minutes.
How am I
to the camera, not talking to me? You can do this at home.
It's a debate.
No, it's not debate. That's debate between you and the
trying
camera.
to challenge
That's a
everyone.
lecture.
Do you want me to stare at you?
Habibi, we're going to make sure you
Okay,
get
well,
it. That's a lecture. That's a
a third person.
10 minutes. 10 minutes talking to the
Okay,
camera.
do your exit. That's what you want to do.
No.
You want to do an exit.
I'm not only doing
So
an
why
exit.
am I talking to the camera?
My
You're here, are
my
you?
existence, my
So what does
presence,
it matter?
my presence doesn't matter because you've been talking for 10 minutes.
So how's that an argument? You're not looking at me.
That's a lecture. You're not making an argument. You're not making a debate. You're making a lecture.
You're looking at the camera.
You're talking to the camera. You're talking to the camera for
You want me
10
to look at
minutes.
you?
You're talking to the camera.
want me to look at you?
Look at that. So you
What does it matter where I look at?
Yeah, because you're better with me.
So what?
Yeah.
So what does it matter where I look at?
Matters.
Why does look matter? How? That's not how. How?
Okay.
Can you not hear me?
Let's look at it.
And you can make an. I would just like to point out the moderator is useless in this conversation. Utterly useless. I'm just saying. You can tell him.
Yeah, no.
So why do you need me to look at you?
I'll tell you why. Because when you jump, literally, yeah, it's if it's a debate, yeah. If you jump from one topic to another, you've been talking for 10 minutes.
Tell me what
I'll
topic
tell
you
you.
jump from.
You talked about the Arabic.
Tell me what
I'll
topic.
tell you what you talked about. I'll tell you what you talked about. You talked about 4 different topics. You talked about 4 different topics. None of them.
I made one point. I
None
said
of them has been discussed by.
And then look at this guy.
You just talked. Fine. I have no
Yeah,
problem.
but let me finish the point though.
I just want to know if you're debating or you're just lecturing. It's different.
No.
It's just different. Yeah, it's different.
Because I didn't look at you.
No, because you've been talking for 10 minutes, jumping over 4 different topics.
Okay, tell me the four topics.
Look, I will say, if we're discussing, look, if I'm debating with you, what's the need?
Okay, the language point.
Why you talking somewhere else?
Because it's frustrating. It's like
Because you don't like it.
one
You
point.
can't.
One point.
No, both you need to calm down.
I thought it meant one point.
Because you can't handle.
I'm the one that.
I'll tell you what, you can't handle anyone interrupting you. And I left you for 10 minutes. You still going on.
Okay, going on about what? It's 1 point.
No, it's not 1 point, 4 points.
Tell me what are those 4 points.
You talked about, yeah, it's fine. You talked about the idea of non-Arabic speakers to talk and debate linguistically. That's 1 point.
That's the same. It's the
That's
same
1
discussion.
point. I'll take you. I'm coming.
But
And then I'm coming to you.
How is that a point?
That is a
Something, man.
You claim
That a point.
I'll tell you what.
I'm so
Listen to
glad you
me.
wanted to say that, bro.
I gave you all the time. Give me some time to talk.
Trying to make his point.
That verse was deadly.
Why is it
I need a moderator for us to have a conversation.
Just put it.
Let's put some timing and let's make some order into it. I can't deal with this conversation.
Are you exiting?
Maverick, you make your point. Let's make his point. Let's make his point. We carry on, innit? I have not made a single point. Not one. Fucking hell, bro. Because, bro, it's fucking frustrating. 1 fucking point. 1 point, bro. Coming at me from all angles, bro.
Let me tell you why I interrupted him, yeah? Because he was claiming that I said that only
Hey,
Arabic
I think the point is made.
and linguistically. I did not say that.
Actually, you know what? Let me read that verse that
Yeah, go ahead and finish it because you was making a fantastic point. That's why he cut you usually
I
because
think
you were
that's
making.
exactly why he did that, bro. I think that's exactly why he did that. Because he knows that verse, it does not work. It literally does not work. Let me read it for you. So it's chapter 2, 189. They ask you about the phases of the moon. So that's the word I was talking about, al-ahli, which basically means, if you go to the root word, it means announcement. And then it says, they provide you a timing device for the people and determine the time of Hajj. Yeah? Here's the question now. It is not righteous to beat around the bush. Righteousness is attained by upholding the commandments and by being straightforward. You shall observe God that you may succeed. Now, what has not beaten around the bush got to do with pilgrimage? It's that simple, really. Play the devil's advocate, please. Tell me what has pilgrimage got to do with not beating around the bush?
I'm gonna say that this meaning of, as devil's advocate, this meaning of Hajj goes with that second definition of Hajj that my man couldn't bring.
They won't do that. they will not dare do that. That would be a very intelligent thing to do, but they won't do that. They'll stick to telling you that it means pilgrimage in this verse. Now, what on earth does pilgrimage have to do with not beating around the bush?
Oh, I can't click on it. Go to it.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, facts. I have not seen. That's what I'm saying. Like, so he recognized he was in trouble there. He recognized he was in trouble when he knew you were going to ask him for like the definitions and the roots and whatnot. That's why he's like, okay, hold on. Like, he saw where you were going with the argument. He's like, hold on, let me try to cut him off right quick. Let's not. Hence, this whole next half hour happens, family.
And they all do it, brother Mo. Consistently, they all do it. It is like they think it's this bulletproof tactic. Let's just speak over people, cut them off, call them names, threaten them.
And was making horrible arguments. So he was like, let me tell you the 4 points you made. I cut you off because you was talking about, because you lied about what I was saying. I was like, hold on. He wasn't even, whoa. He was not even talking about you at that juncture. He was reading the Quran verse.
You know what I mean?
Damn, this joint got 17,000 views to it.
17,000 views.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
That's what I were hating on Khalid's channel, bro, because you're getting views on it.
He most of his views are my videos, though. You know that. That's the ones he gets the biggest views.
That's why he was getting so much grief from the other Somali people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They're like, no, you're making it famous.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna play it right quick.
Basically, what he's trying to say is the Quran believes. It's not mentioned.
Move it forward or something.
Like, do you have like a problem or issues with Arabic as a language?
From my research, salah comes from the root word of sad lam wa, which means to follow. Yeah, which means to follow something closely.
Okay, so
Follow something close.
Let's go to when he comes up with hajaja.
What do you want to call it?
That's what I'm trying to
I'm
find.
telling you what I found.
It's about there. It's about there.
That's him making dua right there in his phone. Hold on.
No, I like.
Understand it. Yeah, if you don't understand, how do you degrade me? No, I'm not degrading you. Get to the point. It's in your heart, bro. Get to the point. I'm not trying to degrade you.
Let's get to the point. Let me get to the point. What is the root word?
What is the meaning? I'm asking you the meaning.
Again, see back to me.
You won't answer nothing.
Hold on. Let me go back to where he's like, he has to make. You got to hear him make the claim that there's 2 root words for it.
It doesn't answer the question.
I just responded.
You just responded. You said like, oh, the only difference for you is vowels, right?
Yeah,
so that means that you don't understand it. So what are you all debating? So you understand the word salah, the difference between salawah and wasala, and you don't understand the difference between hijjah and hujjah. So if you come here to something, talk about something, promote something.
Can you get to the point? And then ask you the next question, which was, what is the difference in root word?
Yeah, if you don't understand, how do you
degrade me?
No, I'm not degrading you.
Get to the point.
It's in your heart, bro.
Get to the point.
I'm not
Then
trying
answer
to
the
degrade
question.
you.
Let's get to the point.
Let me get to the point. What is the root word?
What is the meaning? I'm asking you the meaning.
Again, see back to me.
You won't answer nothing. The root word?
Yes, what is the difference in root words? Tell me. What is the difference? You said they're 2 different root words.
No, I like that. I like. This whole week I've been blaring shit.
What's the meaning?
Yeah, what is the difference between hijjah
On the way, bro. Yeah, root word. I just want to know what different root words.
I asked this question. Don't worry about it. I have to answer the question.
He answered.
So everyone understands the man made the claim that there's 2 different root words to Hajj.
And did you notice what he said? He said the difference is one is Hajj and the other one is Hujjah. So the only difference he made is vowels. Hujjah,
Right. Which
That's
is which is pointed out previous in the video, right? That Maverick's already saying, like, yeah, I got you. The vowels are different. He's like, break down where the roots differ.
exactly.
He said, show me where the roots differ. So the guy said that there's two different roots.
He's trying to play with non-Arabs again. Basically, in Arabic, they don't care about vowels. It's all about the root words.
So in addition, everyone heard him say the two root word claim. So they're all like, okay, we heard you make the claim. What's up? Where's the like? Everyone's waiting for everyone there is waiting for the two root words.
He won't do it, and in the end, he'll come up with
right. Yo, it's hilarious. He's about to make the one on his phone. Hold on.
He just answered your question.
He doesn't know. Doesn't make sense if I ask him a question, he doesn't know. He says that, oh, I only know the difference is the vowels.
That's all I hear.
So what are we debating here?
Yeah, all right, teach me.
No. What are we debating?
Teach me the difference.
That's it. Can you tell me what we do?
You won't do it.
No. I can do it to you.
Teach me.
What are we debating? I'll tell you right now. I will tell you the answer between Hijjah and Hujjah, but after you telling me what are we debating?
The debate here is that there's no such thing as pilgrimage. Or the word Hajj does not mean pilgrimage. That's the debate, and you need to prove to me that they do.
From where did you get this?
The root word has nothing to do with pilgrimage.
The root word?
Yes.
What's the root word?
It's for you to answer mine.
Wait a second.
You need to answer.
Wait a second.
This is ridiculous.
Wait a second. وَأَتِمُّ الْحَجَّ وَالْعُمْرَةَ. So Hajj here means debate. Do debates and Umrah? Answer my question.
No, not until you answer my question.
Okay. No, let me ask you a question. Let me answer the question that I already asked him in the beginning.
Yeah.
The point, between the difference between Hajj.
I'm just reminding you.
Do you know what?
Just reminding you so you know.
Yeah. So the root word you have Hijjah and Hujjah. Yeah. So Hujjah, the root word of Hijjah and Hujjah would be the same word. By the way, that's the claim that he's trying to claim. Yeah, they would be saying like, "Oh, look, Hijjah will come from." Look at him. Look at his face, man. Just very arrogant. I swear, very arrogant, man. Why do you look like that? So you have Hijjah, and Hujjah. Yeah. So Hijjah from Hajuja, which is the verb of the word Hajuja, which is to visit or to go to a destination, and from Hujjah it means proof. Or let me talk. No questions. So Hujjah means a proof of evidence. So when I'm debating with you, قل هاتوا برهانكم. Burhan means proof, or also Hujjah. Hujjah means proof. Someone speaks Arabic here?
No.
Hujjah means proof, or Burhan, Dalil, proof, evidence. So that's. Sorry? Sorry?
Hujjah could be rolling to.
Rolling to?
Yes, amazing. Hujjah.
A ruling. A ruling.
Ruling.
Hujjah alayk. Hujjah alayk. It has different meanings. Yeah, not just one specific.
Notice he gave.
If I get
he didn't give the root word for the other.
Or the Arabic dictionary.
The supposed other.
Say that again.
Notice the first one he said it comes from Hajuja, which is ja, okay? But when it comes to the second one, which he called Hujjah, he didn't give the root word for that. He just said it means proof. But
he literally said they both have he said the Hijjah and Hujjah have the same root. And that's when that's when you laugh and he calls you arrogant.
Yeah, but then he tried to change it to, oh, that's the claim. So he's saying that's not the truth. He's saying I'm claiming that.
Right.
But he never ever brings two different root words for the two.
Nope.
Never. Watch how he tries to duck it.
Do you know that even for Arabic speakers, there are two dictionaries, Al-Mu'jam al-Wasit and Al-Mu'jam al-Basit. Al-Muhit. Yeah. Every thing I would say is not answering his question. Yeah. Because it doesn't go. It doesn't. I said the difference between. I said the difference. I did. And what? Yeah, the difference in the difference. I'm answering it. Between the two, the root word would be the difference in meaning. Tell me that.
Are we talking about what?
You know what he said? He said the root word will be.
Between two words, it's going to be a difference in meaning. What are we going to? What are we going to? Are we going? Listen.
What is the
Are we
word?
going?
That's all I want to know. That's it. Hajjaja or what? That's it. It's not difficult.
Sometimes you use communication, bro. But he was getting there, but you not stopped him.
He won't do it.
Because everybody's not listening. Everybody's not listening. It's communication between everyone. You need a moderator. You know what I mean?
Listen.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah. Hajj. Yeah. All right. It means it has here how many meanings? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah? So if I'm telling you 5 different routes,
I'm still trying to ask.
Bro, don't worry. Just keep saying it. Don't worry. Just say it. You saying it, bro.
okay. Anyway, guys. So right, if we're talking about Hajj and Hajj, Hajj, yeah. We're talking about what? We're talking about a meaning. What we are aiming. What would you want to understand here? We want to know the meaning behind these 2 words. Yeah. Why? Because the meaning is the misleading factor in the whole interpretation thing. So when we talk about salah, yeah, this is our.
But he's saying the same root word. You saw that it's translated as argument in the bare verses. Do you remember when I showed you that? The same root word in the Quran. You saw it yourself. Translated as argument. You saw it. Right now, apparently there's 2 different root words. Until now, no one is asking my question.
I said.
What is the different root words? And how does it become? If it's the same root word, how does it go from proof, argument, whatever, to pilgrimage? How? And I'm going to show you the context. But first, the one question I asked, which he does. Hear me. The one question I asked. Hear me. The one question I asked you, I gave 15 minutes, bro. 15 minutes. They danced around the idea that, first they said it's 2 different root words. One comes from hajjajja, the other one comes from hajjajja. What? They try to play games and all kinds, bro.
I didn't say that.
I asked you how many times.
Sure I didn't say that.
What is? Do they come from different root words? How many times did I ask you? See, he's still saying that.
Did you?
If they come,
I said that at the beginning. I didn't say hajjajja and hajjajja.
What is?
I didn't say hajjajja and hajjajja. How they are different?
Okay, what is the 2 different root words? Because in Arabic, watch this here. Watch how it doesn't work here. In Arabic, they're basically trilateral roots. Yeah. So all of the root words are basically come from 3.
Only
three alphabets.
I'm asking you only 3.
Now watch this.
I'm asking you
3 or 4 or 5. Doesn't come from 2. Doesn't start with the not usually anyway. Now watch this now, yeah. The word Hajj in the Quran, you saw the root word, and the root was trilateral. Do you see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Now unless he wants, I don't know. You tell me what is the root word of this different Hajj that you're talking about? Root word.
It means debate.
Root word. Please answer the question. What is the root word? These 2 different root words. Tell us. What are they? Answer the question. Wait. Answer the question. What are these 2 different root words?
The same word.
He's saying they're 2 different root words. Answer the question.
I'm asking the question.
Answer the question, please. Half an hour I've been asking you for this question. Now, wallahi, it's one question. It's not difficult.
The root word. What does it mean for you, the root word?
I want to know what the root words are. You said they're 2 different root words. Then tell me what those are.
If this will deliver the meaning for you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But this is not the debate.
This is the debate. The point is, these words that have been translated, I don't know why he doesn't know. Because wallahi, most people acknowledge it.
Look.
No, he just, am I saying it?
Waffling.
I'm talking about my experience. In my experience, most people accept this.
Accept what?
Most Sunnis say
Man, you are so vague in your debate.
You're
so debate.
Most Sunnis say to me verbatim that there is luqa definitions and shari'a definitions. They say that to me verbatim. You are the only guy that says no.
And that's
so what do you want me to do?
I actually understood it right now.
What do you want me to do?
Finally.
I totally understand.
Finally.
Misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding. And pause it for a sec.
He said, what did you say at the end? Shartai, definition?
Do you see what we're dealing with? You see how he refused to answer the question? He refused.
And had the nerve to call you arrogant because he wouldn't answer the question.
One single question. And he refused. Literally refused. Because he knew there was just nothing he could do to back that up.
He buried himself on that one. He just kept putting the dirt on himself. I'm like, bruh, like, at least make the argument that ha and ja and ha ja are two different roots. Try to do that one.
Yeah, try to do that at least. At least try that. He didn't even try that.
But he didn't. Hold on, family. He didn't even go there. He said no, hijja and hujja, two different roots. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Because of vowels.
So check this out. He left the whole triliteral root conversation, right? He was like, no, we're going to the bilateral root, and they're different. I was like, hold on, how they? And my man, he called me. He's like, how are they different? But like, the only difference is the vowels. So you knock the vowels out. What's the different root? Nah, exactly. The meaning's the different. Like, hold on, but what's the different root though? No, what does it mean to you? No. Damn all that. But what's the different root though?
What he's doing, the reason he's playing with the vowels is because he knows that, in most other languages, vowels are a big deal. So he just knows that people are gonna assume that vowels matter in Arabic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's some real charlatan shit, man.
And anybody who understood Quranic Arabic was looking at your man like, oh wow, he picked that hill to die on, huh? You gonna die on that hill right there? You voluntarily gonna die on that hill? Okay.
See, that's the part I don't understand. Like, honestly, it's funny you said that, Brother Moore, because most of these people are like grown-ups. They're like, a lot of them are over 30. You know what I'm saying? Some of them are in their 40s and stuff like that. And I'm like, you can play this, you can play this Jersey game of my side versus your side when you're a kid. But as you get older, what the hell are you playing with, man? This ain't a game. This is not a game, This is the word of God you're playing around with.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But okay, so what do you do when playing a game with it's part of the culture?
There's nothing you can do, which is why
these men don't even recognize they're playing a game with it because it's part of the culture. Like, so a lot of people don't even understand the subtext of what was going on there. Where he was like, "Is there anyone else that speaks Arabic or whatnot?" When he was reaching for authority right quick, because a lot of he's around a bunch of Somali people, right? He's the lighter skin, closer to Arab type dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so like it's supposed to be, if I can speak Arabic, like out of nowhere, I get the most respect out of everyone in the conversation, and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And you're like, okay, stand on it, right? Prove it though. And he was like, huh? The whole thing is him not being used to the fact that you're not bowing down to him speak. He said he speaks Arabic. That makes him the master of the conversation right now.
That's the whole problem. That's why I'm sick of this Arabic supremacy. It's really sickening. You mean to tell me we cannot read a book?
And here's the cool part. They're not even being intellectually honest about it because none of them deal with Quranic Arabic, right? Like, so, okay, a lot of people, okay, he might speak Arabic with his parents because that might be like their first language. Cool, that's modern colloquial Arabic. Got you. That's not Quranic Arabic. And no scholar will tell you that it is. So, for instance, I can speak Spanish. Cool, got you. Do I speak Latin? No. None. Anyway, I can't deal with none of that type of stuff, man. I gotta go to school to understand Latin. Just like I would have to go to school to fully understand Quranic Arabic. So me just making the argument. Go ahead.
They're acting like the Arabic in the Quran is hieroglyphics. Literally, hieroglyphics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But they're even being dishonest about it, acting like so hieroglyphics and Demotic and Merotic are three different languages. You know what I'm saying? They're acting like they're all the same language in a sense, right?
Yeah.
So, for instance, because I can deal with Spanish, can I deal with Portuguese? Nope. Can I deal with
Honestly,
Italian? Nope.
it's all about authority.
Yeah.
It's all about authority.
And that's
authority.
when he got lost. He was like, "Hey, is there anyone else that speaks Arabic? Is there any?" Because he was just looking for someone else to bail him out.
And really and truly, their argument is about culture. They're worried about their culture not being dominant anymore. Do you see what I mean? Because if you think about it, when you say pilgrimage, where is this pilgrimage done?
Not just that. Here's my question to all these pilgrimage cats. Okay, for every year that you don't go, do you fast an extra 10 days? Do you know that the Quran tells you to do such if you don't make it? If you're not going to do it like that, like so.
Oh yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. Oh wow, you're kidding me. Stop it. I forgot about that. Even I forgot about that. That's how bad it is. Unbelievable.
So, yeah. Anyway, for all you fasting man out there, you know what I'm saying.
Now, I've done another one on that, by the way. Me and AJ. Look at the last conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, we broke it down again in a lot more succinct way as well. So basically, as I was saying to you, bro, what this really comes down to is cultural supremacy.
Facts.
The reason it comes down to cultural supremacy is because what you have is one, you have a quote unquote house, as in a physical building that was built by Abraham. That building happens to be in Arabia, number one. So start there, you have the head office, number one. Number two, you have the last prophet being an Arab, and who's somehow made distinct from all the other prophets. Number three, when you're praying, you have to pray facing this particular building that is in Arabia. And not only that, when you pray, you have to pray in Arabic. And then you have to fast. You have to, let's say, pay a charity or tax of 2.5%. However, the question is, this quote unquote fasting once a year and this quote unquote 2.5% of tax, which area of the world does it come from? Again, comes from Arabia. Now here's the third question. The third question is, what rituals did the pagans practice themselves before the Muslims? And they will tell you, A, the pagans used to visit this house. B, the pagans used to pray facing this house. C, they used to fast. The pagans used to do these things. The Arabian pagans, that is. So it's fair to say, are you simply promoting what your forefathers practiced?
The truth is they don't know, and they like to say that they believe they know because the hadith would prove that they're doing such. Because there's a hadith tradition, it must go back to what their forefathers did. That's how they line it up in their heads.
The thing is,
yet the hadith
following forefathers is never a good thing in the Quran.
Thank you. Like literally there's only two sunnahs mentioned in the Quran, right? There's the sunnah of Allah, and then there's the sunnah of what the other people did.
There you go.
What your forefathers are doing that they shouldn't have been doing.
And that's what they do. They're doing literally what the people that rejected messengers used to do.
Yeah.
Because they would reject messengers and be like, nope, we're following what our forefathers did. I don't see how this is any different.
It's not. It's literally not.
You know what I'm saying?
It's literally not. And here's the cold part. Like, so the whole conversation is based upon a conversation about arguing. Like, and look at the verse that my man was trying to bring out. Like, so when you're arguing, to do so in a certain manner, right? Which is literally like the Hajj happening properly is literally not happening in the conversation from your man.
Exactly.
Like the whole point of the conversation is being missed.
And you know what the funny thing is? Yeah. Earlier on, he said, "Are you saying that when it says wa'timul umrah wal hajj, are you saying that it says have a debate?" He mocked that like it's a really silly idea. But what he doesn't understand, is it says complete the hajj, right? So if the Prophet is going to complete the hajj and he's come back to the pagans that persecuted him, the question then is, why did they persecute him in the first place? Could that possibly be what he's completing? Whatever they persecuted him for is what he's come back to complete.
Very possible.
Well, it would follow. So the question is, why did he get persecuted? He got persecuted because he started challenging the status quo. He started arguing against the status quo.
Which is consistent throughout the entirety of the Quran.
Which is consistent throughout the entirety of the Quran, which is what every messenger did. They would argue against the status quo. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? So with the last messenger, what do you have? You got the fact that he got persecuted because of the fact that he argued against the status quo. So when he got persecuted, he fought them twice, and on the third time he came back to his home, basically. So he simply completed the argument. He completed the argument that he had with them. Tell me why that seems too far-fetched.
Because if I accept Hajj's argument in debate and all,
no, let's move away from the word Hajj. Let's move away from the word Hajj.
Okay.
The thing one presented to you is, did the messenger argue against the status quo?
Oh, 100%.
Did he get persecuted for that?
100%.
So when he came back, would he not complete his mission?
Facts.
So there you go. So they wouldn't argue against the fact that he's come back to complete the argument. They can't argue against that.
In other words, right. No,
They would simply argue that the word Hajj means anything other than the word argument.
In other words, when the Prophet came back, did he stop fulfilling his mission to Allah?
Well, there you go. So logically, they would understand that follows, but they would then argue that it's not in the Quran. They would have to, because okay, if it follows that the Prophet would come when he comes back to the city that he got persecuted from, if it follows that he would complete the mission, complete the argument, then where is that found in the Quran? Do you see the problem? So they would tell us, oh no, that's not found in the Quran. That's just understood. But what is found in the Quran is pilgrimage. So you mean to tell me the Prophet got persecuted, and then he's come back after a few battles, and then somehow there's a pilgrimage amongst pagans? Where was this pilgrimage about? When did he get persecuted because of pilgrimage? When do you even throw in the word pilgrimage here?
So let's say it is a ritual, right? Why would it not make sense, or what would be negative if you're meeting to argue and debate in a particular manner? Because it's not supposed to be like you're just beefing or whatnot. Like, because my man just read out the verse, like how, like if you're gonna debate, there's a way you're supposed to do it.
Actually, the Quran even tells you that as well. During the debate, there are certain restrictions. One of them being you can't bicker. You can't
Right.
just argue for the sake of arguing.
Right. And again,
It's already there. The rules are already there.
exactly.
I
It
don't
tells you the
know.
whole mind state to be in, all that, right?
I honestly do not understand what the hell is going on. As a matter of fact, how is pilgrimage better than debating the
Okay.
validity of?
Check this out. Let me ask you this question, Maverick. Like, so what would Islam look like? So, like, if every year in Mecca, right, you had all these different sects getting together and peaceably debating. Like, so you might have Sunnis and Shias and whatnot all up in Mecca together, right? Not saying nothing to each other, right? Just quietly going through their ritual, right? Pretending like no one else even exists. How much peace would we have in the game right now if instead of just getting around each other, pretend like no one else is there, getting around each other to specifically talk about what we got beef about in a respectable manner?
That's it.
Via the Quran at that.
Exactly. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. Let me quickly just answer AJ. AJ about the chapter 2, verse 158. I think you're questioning about the word house. To make it simple for you, just cross-reference the word house in the Quran, and you will find that it's referring to basically the institution of Islam. It's like when it's like it's like when you know that term, it's on the house. The house there is not literal, but it means it's on the institution, the organization. Do you see what I'm saying to you? The establishment. Are you with me, Brother Moore? So when you look at the word house in the Quran, especially as it relates to Abraham and as it relates to that verse, it's referring to the institution, basically the building blocks of Islam. In other words.
Yeah. What you'll find is in most Semitic languages, the words have a literal and a figurative meaning. And so, like the Quran stipulates, like where people go off is like that they take the figurative and go way too far with it. Or they'll take the figurative for literal, the literal for figurative, etc. whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
this is why I keep telling people to focus on the context. The context will resolve that. Especially with the Quran, If one context doesn't make it clear to you, no problem. The same word is found in other contexts. So just cross-reference them all. That's all you have to do.
Right. It literally says this is the best hadith with much reiteration therein.
There you go. There you go. Another thing the Quran has, it also employs antonyms. So if it uses the word black, it will use the word white. Night, day.
Right.
And what that does is it narrows down the meaning for you. You know what I mean?
This is literally one of the reasons why the Quran is considered like the greatest literary work in Arabic.
I personally believe it's the greatest literary work I've ever seen. When people say it's, it's vague or can't be understood, I'm like, I've never seen a book that is easier to understand if you really pay attention.
I've never seen a book with more instructions in it.
Same here.
You know what I'm saying?
Same here. Quickly, let me answer AJ. AJ brought up Safa and Marwa, which is another concern that people have. Now, Safa and Marwa, again, let me bring up the verse. Safa and Marwa is pretty easy, to be honest with you, because what you're dealing with. Oh, here it is. The nose of. Oh, let me read the word for word. Indeed, Safa and Marwa from the symbols of Allah. So whoever Hajj challenge, or whoever Hajj al-Bayt, whoever takes the challenge to the house, or Umrata, or cultivates, so no blame on him that he goes around between them. And whoever volunteers better, then indeed God is appreciative, omniscient. Now, so what we have here is obviously, but you got to read the whole context. This is basically during their migration back to Mecca. So during their migration back to Mecca to complete the Hajj, there is this thing called Safa and Marwa. Now, if you look at the definitions of Safa and Marwa, you get two possibilities. Something clear and pure, or to do with yeah, something clear and pure, or something to do with rocks, particular rocks. They particular hard rocks apparently. Now, if we look at Marwa, we get uh, we get flint stones, white fragile stones, and something hard or barren land, etc. Now, contextually, you have two choices. First and foremost, we can even entertain the traditional understanding of what Safa and Marwa means. We can entertain that because it's not going to be problematic to us. The reason it's not going to be problematic to us is it simply says that it's not a problem if you go through Safa and Marwa. So it's not telling you to do Safa and Marwa. It's saying it's not an issue if you engage, to put it simple, if you engage with Safa and Marwa. So there isn't a command in Safa and Marwa that we have to be concerned about. Number one, because this is simply saying it's okay if you come across that. And that's what I'm saying to you. So if we employ the traditional understanding of Safa and Marwa has something to do with something that the idolaters used to worship and blah blah blah, and here the verse is simply saying you can traverse between them because of the fact that you're not worshiping them. It's not a problem. We can accept that traditional understanding. It doesn't do anything to us because it's obsolete. It's not relevant to us in any way, shape, or form. There is no Safa and Marwa in front of us, and even if there was a Safa and Marwa in front of us, God has told us it's not a problem anyway because we don't worship those things. So there is no concern whatsoever. So they can have Safa and Marwa mean something to do with hard and fragile stones of the nature of something to do with deities and idolatry, or it can have something to do with hard and soft of, I don't know, maybe if you're in doubt of, you can be in different positions basically while this message is being recited to you. Like you can still garner confidence basically. So either or, Safa and Marwa, put it in a nutshell, is no concern of ours, nor does it pose a problem to us. Even if they want to keep the traditional understanding, it's not a problem. What you saying, Brother Moore?
Yeah, you can look at that with that whole concept from a multitude of different perspectives. And this is what I like. So, for instance, like I take the previous scriptures and when I look at things, right? And so we can come to different conclusions on this. But this is the thing about like Quranist, right? So we're not at this juncture. This has nothing to do with salvation, righteousness, none of that type of thing.
It's no problem.
So we're not gonna, like, we could differ on this, and no one's gonna do takfir on nobody.
Exactly. It causes zero issues because what we don't have here, it doesn't say do Safa and Marwa.
Right.
We don't have instructions to do it. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it says it's not an issue. So we've got nothing to worry about. People can have whatever they think it means. It's no issue. Do you see what I mean?
100%. And that's what I hope people can understand from this whole thing. Like when you leave the hadith tradition behind and you're actually embracing this thing as a religion, like, or you're trying to understand, like, what was Allah trying to get me to understand with the Quran, etc., whatnot. What was the point of him sending this to me? Versus, not just me just putting my head at the ground 5 times a day or etc., whatnot. Like, what am I supposed to really get out of this or whatnot? You're going to reflect in a whole different way. You're going to start asking a whole bunch of different set of questions and whatnot. And when you get with other people who are sincerely reflecting on the same thing, there's no beef. You're going to be like, you know what? I appreciate that you're coming at this from a different angle. Like, because I wasn't thinking about this or I wasn't thinking about that. You're not, it's not about beef. I've never heard any Quranist making takfir on any of the Quranists before.
Actually, there are one group of people who call themselves Quranists. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to deal with them. I really have to deal with it because they are doing exactly what the traditionalists, which is basically they believe in ritual. Cut a long story short, and
Okay.
they believe that anyone that doesn't believe in rituals is, you know, they have all sorts of labels ready for them, just the same as the traditionalists.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What group is this?
I'm gonna have to do a show about them as well. I've met quite a few.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're trying to create their own organized religion from the Quran.
So okay, so they're trying to do like a Sunni Quran, the Quranist thing.
Yeah, yeah. But all of them will have their own, you know, ideas because there's nothing they can get from the Quran. You know what I'm saying? And the 19 gang, I'm gonna deal with them too. The 19 gang, definitely, they have to be dealt with too.
Uh, you mean like the Eda Buxels and all them, or what?
Oh, absolutely, they have to be dealt with.
In the sense of what?
Well, they're disrespecting the Quran
How so?
because what they're saying is that we determine that this message is from God because of this quote, this code 19 thing. You
Hmm.
see what I'm saying to you? So what that does is it takes the validity of the Quran away from the message, like the heaviness of the message itself, away from this particular numerical idea. You see what I'm saying? So it's no longer about the message.
Ooh, interesting.
And here's the other thing that they've done,
Hmm.
which doesn't work, by the way. The other thing they've done is they've assumed that what preserves the Quran is this particular quote unquote code 19. But to get to their code 19, they remove two verses away from the Quran. You see what I'm saying? So not only do they remove two verses away from the Quran, but they also assume that that is what preserves the Quran. However, what we know from what we can observe is that the Quran is demonstrably designed to aid memory. So we can observe 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds memorizing the entire Quran. Not because those kids are, you know, bless them, but not because that they are any, you know, that they are great themselves, but because the book itself has been designed easy to memorize. You see what I'm saying?
So you're making the point that it's demonstrable based upon it being easy to memorize, and they're making the point that it's demonstrable based upon 19.
Yes, which then also takes away two verses.
I would say it's demonstrable based upon on the challenge on the false, like, so the Quran comes with falsification tests.
Yes, there is also that. The falsification test, the fact that the Quran is consistent. Like the whole theme is it has a beginning and end. You know what I mean? And it's intertwined. Like every single like civilization is similar to the other civilization that is in discussion. You know what I mean? Like it all fits in. It's
Yeah,
one narrative basically. You couldn't even conclude that it's different writers, even if you try.
definitely not from the style.
So the 19 gang, they have to get it as well.
So it's about to be a whole bunch of Quran and set tripping. I got you. God.
Yeah, but don't get it twisted. I'm getting at everyone. I'm getting at the atheists. I'm getting at the everyone else that claims to follow different religions. I'm getting at everyone. I want anyone to come and test this Quran. If the furthermore, my argument goes as far as this. My argument goes as far as this: that if there is a creator, let's say you wanted to even question that. If there is a creator, this is the only message that could possibly could have come from it. That you can, without a shadow of doubt, say it can only have come from God. And furthermore, I'll go further than that. If furthermore, if if there was any other book, if there was any other book that was claimed to be from the creator and not this book itself, that creator ain't even worth following. It doesn't get better than this message. And that's a challenge for everybody. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but again, that's part of the that's one of the falsification tests in the Quran.
Exactly. But there's a lot of people that are not confident with the Quran, isn't it?
And that's the thing. A lot more people are more confident in tradition.
Yeah.
But I can't. I'll say this though. I won't knock anybody. Like I've walked away from religion and churches and all that. Like so. Like
I won't knock nobody.
Right.
I don't want to discuss other people's stuff. I just want people to evaluate this one and try and poke holes in it. Try it.
Agree.
I just want everyone to try and poke holes in this Quran. Try it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the arguments are pretty. The arguments only work. The arguments against the Quran only work with people who don't stand on the Quran. They stand on a whole nother tradition first or whatnot because they try to uphold the tradition over what the Quran actually says. I find when I do with like the atheists over in the UK and even like the top, like so again even with the whole like with like the gin and tonic type people, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like them arguments are like so basic, so simple. Like they really come to like when you're talking about a literacy concept, like it literally shows its face right there.
Yep.
It literally.
Let me help out brother AK because this is one of the verses that confuses the people. Chapter 9:5, which is basically where it says the word salah. Let me read it furthermore. This is what I keep telling people, man. Reading the word salah as prayer never works in the Quran. There's not a single verse where it works. You know what I'm saying? All right, chapter 9, verse 5. Then when the time has, once the sanctioned months are passed and they refuse to make peace, you may kill the idol worshippers when you encounter them, punish them, and resist every move they make. If they repent and observe the salah and give the obligatory charity, the zakah, you shall let them go. God is forgiver, most merciful. See now, if non-Muslims read this verse, the first thing they're gonna think of is, oh, so unless people pray and pay this zakati, you're gonna kill them basically. You see what I'm saying? See, Akar said, how does this verse fit with no compulsion in deen? He has absolutely every right to ask that question. Because if you read this salah as prayer, now all of a sudden, you're basically saying, unless they pray and give zakah, you should kill them. Do you see the problem there, Brother Moore?
Oh man, like Ultra in the chat. What's up, Ultra?
What up, Ultra?
That's my favorite atheist in the game. Ultra Fun.
You see what I'm saying? So now,
hey, real quick, while he said, because I got to cut real soon. Hey, Ultra Funky made me a better Muslim. You know what I'm saying? Like Ultra, and I gotta let you know that Ultra, you made me a better Muslim, bro. Like there was this is why I kick with atheists and whatnot, because sometimes they'll challenge your. This is what I like about honest people in general, right? Is they'll challenge your arguments on stuff, right? And if you're a sincere person,
Ultra's my boy, bro.
Yeah, my man got me like. He pushed back on me when I gave like a chocolate answer on fitna one day, and he was like, "Nah, bro, I'm not vibing that." And I was like, "Hold on, let me go back and look at what I said." I went back and looked at what I said. I was like, "Yeah, I'm not vibing that either." I went back and did further word research on what I was talking about, and I got a better understanding of fitna. So I appreciate you, Ultra. You made me a better Muslim.
Yeah, Ultra is a top dog, man. Hey, brother Moore, I gotta go in a minute, so let me quickly deal with these two questions that they
Yes,
asked.
sir.
One of them being the chapter 9:5 that we're just dealing with now. Obviously, yes, Eicher is correct. It does contradict chapter 256, which there's no compulsion in being. He's absolutely right in that. But that's provided that people go with this erroneous translation that salam means prayer. However, if we go by the linguistic definition of the word salam, which means commitment. As a matter of fact, if you look it up yourself, Saad Lambo, the description you will get is something following something else closely. In English, that is something that you're committed to, someone that's committed. Now, as a matter of fact, a musalli is the person that is performing that said act, that is following something else closely. So what is that person? That person is committed. Now, so in this verse here, it's simply talking about the polytheist being committed to the treaty between them. So provided they are committed to the treaty between them and they keep it pure, as in they don't muck about, then you shall have no way against them. That's all it is. The polytheists and the Muslims had a treaty. Some of the polytheists broke the treaty. Allah is simply telling them that they will get a second chance if they are prepared to commit to the treaty. That's it. Nothing else. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, we're back. Good. So you like hear that, yeah? So as long as the polytheists are committed to the treaty between them, the Muslims shall have no way against it. Has nothing to do with the word prayer. Absolutely nothing. It never does in the Quran. You know what I'm saying to you? And going back to I think my brother Rational, he asked about chapter 4, 102. The funny thing about chapter 4, 102, which people don't pay attention to, is that when people pray, when people quote unquote pray, they are praying in front of the Prophet. You would say, how would I know that? Because it literally says, once they have prayed, then tell them to go behind you. So if you was to see it as prayer, since when do you pray in front of the Prophet? I'll read it for you. Watch this. When you are with them and lead them. See, so if you're leading, then no one can be in front of you. Now watch this. When you are with them and lead the contact prayer, the salat, for them, let some of you stand guard, let them hold their weapons, and let them stand behind you as you prostrate. Then let the other group that has not prayed take their turn praying with you, while the others stand guard and hold their weapons. Those who disbelieve wish to see you neglect your weapons and your equipment in order to attack you once and for all. You commit no error if you are hampered by rain or injury by putting down your weapon. So as long as you remain alert, God has prepared for the disbelievers a shameful retribution. So the point here is this: if the Prophet is leading them in prayer, let me read the word for word. When you are among them and you lead for them the salah, then let guard a group of them with you and let them take their weapons. Then when you prostrate, then let them be from behind you. So after they prostrate, then they go behind the messenger. What kind of prayer is that? Explain how that could ever be seen as prayer. And hold on, they have all of these weapons and they are around non-believers because they seem to be in fear. They're in God. So how do you associate prayer with all of that? That's the formation nation of Islam take when they preach in the park. They take it literally. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't work in 4182 and 102, and it doesn't work in chapter 9:5. It never works. Never will you see the word salah work with prayer. Never, not in the Quran. I'm sorry, those are just the facts. As a matter of fact, let me just bury this question of prayer. If we go to 1187, or furthermore, let's start with 1187. I gotta be quick now, so all right. So they said, O Shu'aib, does your salah command you that we leave what our forefathers worship, or that we do concerning our wealth what we will? Indeed, you are clement and wise. When they're frustrated, yeah. When they're rational faith, you're a very rational guy, my friend. Very simple, straightforward. But again, going back to Shu'aib, Shu'aib, the people that he went to said to him, does your salah command you that we abandon the ways of our forefathers and that we do with our wealth what we will? So the question here is, when does prayer command anything? First and foremost, that's number one. Number two, when does prayer command that you leave the ways of your forefathers? Question number three, when does prayer command that you deal economically in a certain way? Prayer doesn't do any of those three. So you can't fit it in. But you know what does do all of those three? Commitment does. What you're committed to will force you to basically follow a certain direction and avoid another direction, which is what this is saying in a nutshell. Prayer can never do that. All right, last one. Last one, which is an antonym that is so straightforward, it's crazy. What verse was the ولا صدق ولا صلى ولكن كذب وتولى? AJ, I think you know the verse. Help me out, please. Here we go. Help me out, guys. Tell me which verse it was. Thank you, AJ. فلا صدق ولا صلى ولكن كذب وتولى. That one again just completely annihilates this whole argument. There is no argument. I don't even know why I call it an argument. It's Surah Al-Qiyamah. Okay. Surah Al-Qiyamah. Which verse? I need the verse. I know it was something chapter 70. So, where is it? Yeah, 75. Yeah. You're right. 75. Verse 31. My guy. Thank you, bro. Okay, now watch this now, yeah? فَلَا صَدَّقَ وَلَا صَلَّى وَلَكِنْ كَذَّبَ وَتَوَلَّى. This is the antonym that we were discussing earlier, where the Quran gives, if it says black, it will say white. If it says dark, it will say light. You know what I'm saying? Day, night, etc. So what we have here is فَلَا صَدَّقَ. For he was neither truthful, wala salla, nor was he salla. We're going to leave salah alone. We're going to go to the next one. But he denied and he turned away. So watch how that they are opposites. So you have, for he neither told the truth, nor did he salah. However, he denied and he turned away. So denial and truth are opposites. Now, watawalla and salah are opposites. So if watawalla means to turn away, what can salah mean? I'll leave it to you guys in the chat room. فَلَا صَدَّقَ وَلَا صَلَّى وَلَكِنْ كَذَّبَ وَتَوَلَّى. For he neither told the truth, nor did he salah, but he denied and he turned away. So if denial and truth are opposites, watawalla and salah are opposites, and watawalla means to turn away, what is left for salah? Get in touch or get close to something. There is no other option. What is the other option, gentlemen? And why is it that this fits in consistently? Completely consistently. Every single verse, apply it. It will fit in. So it applies to every single context. It applies according to the root word. What's the argument? There's no argument to be had, ladies and gentlemen. I think there is no ladies. Gentlemen, well, there might be ladies listening. Yeah, so since there's no argument to be had, gentlemen, I think we can leave it at that for now. And next time it is. You know, we might as well start making dates in it. So where are we at today? We're in Sunday, right? So same time tomorrow. How about that? All right? No, actually, I'll tell a lie. Yeah, 8 o'clock tomorrow. The next show. The next show is going to be 8 o'clock tomorrow. Go on, Brother Mo.
Now, so that's when you throw the God willing on it. You know what I'm saying? Just
God willing. God willing, definitely. God willing, absolutely. But guys, was that straightforward? Any queries about that?
Yeah, you should try to make a thing regular, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you should really you know what I'm saying, comment on the Speaker's Corner stuff, because your Speaker's Corner videos get mad views, bro. Like,
no, this is gonna blow, B. This is gonna blow. I just need to put some time in it. You know what I'm saying? Usually I just wait till the missus goes to sleep, and that can be late in it sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But I'm definitely gonna ruffle some feathers.
You gotta use your own brand though, you know what I'm saying? Like go over what we just did, go over your own videos of you know what I'm saying?
Oh, 100%.
You know what I'm saying? Like throw the thumbnails up and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? Because you are a legitimate like Speaker's Corner brand name, you know what I'm saying?
100. That's the plan is to basically, you see, Gin and Tonic, all of these Dawah channels, and anyone that says anything about the Quran, best believe I'm doing a reaction on it.
What?
You know what I'm saying?
You've been on. See, that's the thing, is you've already been on most of them, right? So you can literally react to your own stuff on it.
Exactly, 100%.
You've been on Gin and Tonic. You've been on Jordan's show. You've been on everybody. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah. No, bro, I'm starting a whole war, man. That's it. It's the game's on. It is what it is now. You know what I mean? But anyways, I'll never get off, so I'm gonna have to jump off now. Brother Mo, great to see you as usual.
Likewise.
Everyone on the chats. Yo, let me drop that. What do they call it? Give it the likes, subscribe, and all of the rest of that. And peace.
Peace and blessings, man.
Till 8 o'clock tomorrow, people. All right. Peace out.